It's one of the great wonders of the ancient world. But who built the magnificent city of Petra and why? What treasure remains buried here? And what dark secrets remain hidden in this mysterious place?
There were ancient treasures, which were ancient even then, being found, that were finding their way through Petra.
You would go to jail if they came and they found this in your house? Yeah. Right, OK. OK.
They had a lot of resources, they had a lot of money to spend. So it wouldn't be that surprising if some of that was still around somewhere in some form.
I can't believe that my nose is this close to something that's 8,000 years old.
Over the centuries, a lot has surfaced belonging to the ancient culture there. And the Arabs certainly believed that there were astonishing treasures hidden in the buildings, in the rock face, the carved rock face there.
Can I have a look? Can I touch it?
I think it's very probable that of all the valuable goods that came through, a great many treasures were left there and are buried there to this day.
Petra is one of the most magical places in the Arab world, famous for its rose-cut rocks, its eerie tombs, and its colorful history. And since 2007, it's been designated a World Heritage Site. Hundreds of thousands of tourists now visit Petra every year. But is there a darker, more secret side to this ancient city, involving hidden treasures and relic smuggling? Journalist Jamie Theakston is on a mission to find out. The city of Petra remained unknown to the Western world until 1812, when it was discovered by the Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, who had traveled through the region disguised as a Bedouin. Petra lies in a vast desert region in the south of Jordan, a country in the very center of today's Middle Eastern conflicts, surrounded by Syria, Iraq, and Israel, and home to over 2 million Palestinian refugees. Despite the political and religious tensions that swirl around it today, it's one of the most famous cultural sites on the planet and visited by millions of tourists every year.
Petra is one of the most ancient cities and at the same time one of the most unusual cities. It's, as the famous poetic description goes, a rose-red city half as old as time.
Petra seems to have everything, which is utterly fascinating to people. It has magnificent architecture. It's carved out of solid rock, and yet it has Greek pillars and all sorts of different kinds of Byzantine architecture, and yet it's absolutely in the middle of nowhere. It is literally miles and miles out in the desert.
It was just something. It was like, you know, a mirage almost. You arrived there and you and your animals drank water and hung out, and there were merchants from all over the area. So basically, you could do yourself a bit of good with your business, you could have fun, and you could stock up with water.
The city we see today was built around 400 BC by a nomadic Arab tribe called the Nabateans, who were known to be excellent engineers. Enclosed by towering rocks, Petra not only possessed the advantages of a fortress, but its position meant that it controlled the main commercial routes which passed through it to Gaza in the west, Damascus in the north, Aqaba south on the Red Sea, and across to the Persian Gulf. But it was the ability of the Nabateans to control and sustain a constant water supply out in the desert that led to its success and growth.
The Nabateans who built the city in the first place were an amazing mixture of water engineers, and they were experts, real experts, and expert traders. They knew the cost and value of everything. And when the trading caravans came through from north, south, east and west, they made the most of it. They were, in fact, almost an ancient shopping mall long before we invented them in the 20th century.
We have to remember that this was a place that was literally on the Silk Road. There was silk and spices coming all the way from China, coming right past the front door. There was bitumen going from the Dead Sea to Egypt in the opposite direction, and all sorts of precious things coming up from the Arabian Gulf and beyond. There was frankincense and myrrh. Petra was a metropolis in itself, and must have seemed an incredible place to come upon after days and days of plodding on through the desert.
Part of the magic of Petra is in the arrival. Whether you were a Bedouin trader or a sultan or a tourist, you all arrive in exactly the same way, via a magnificent gorge called the Sikh. It was formed by a natural geological fault. It's a mile long, about 250 feet deep, and recently, archaeologists discovered chambers underneath the stone and sand, which were believed to have housed soldiers who would rise up and repel any attackers.
It has this natural protection, which is at one point only 3 meters wide, and that leads into the city. The walls tower up to 300 feet, so that with that sort of natural defense, half a dozen men could protect it against the world.
At the end of the Sikh is this magnificent building, the Treasury, or Al-Khazneh, as it's known locally. It's one of the most recognizable historical sites in the world. Famously, Harrison Ford and Sean Connery charged up to it on horseback, looking for the Holy Grail. And they weren't the only people who came to Petra looking for great treasures.
There's one marvelous story that connects Petra with the Pharaoh of the Exodus, who was alleged to have been pursuing the runaway Hebrew slaves all the way to Petra, and finding that he wasn't able to keep up with them because he had very prudently brought a lot of his treasure with him and his army to keep it safe, that he deposited the treasure there, intending to come back for it, and went on in pursuit of the Jewish slaves, and he never came back to collect the treasure. And of course, there was the marvelous account in the Ottawa Journal of 1927 that said treasures had been found, but only a very few had been removed. That newspaper article from all those years ago suggested that there's a lot of buried treasure under Petra.
Dr. Suleiman Farhat is a former director of the Petra site who showed President Obama around the ruins in 2013. Today, he agreed to be Jamie's guide to this fascinating site, starting with the inside of the treasury, a place that few tourists ever see.
So, Suleiman, is this as far back as it goes?
Yes, this is the farthest point we go.
All right, because I'd imagine that it was a huge cathedral behind here, but there's nothing here.
No, there is nothing, only a big chamber, and there are no decorations, no carvings inside.
So what would have been here then?
This is actually a big mausoleum for one of the Nabatean kings.
Oh, right, so it's like a burial chamber?
Yes, a burial chamber, but this is not the burial chamber. The burials are below.
What we see in modern Petra is very different from what it was like when it was in its prime and at its peak some 2,000 years ago. We have to remember that the red sandstone of which the city is built is subject to constant falling and erosion, and there are upward of 9 or 10 feet of rubble and sand over the old city streets and the old city centre. So if we could get that rubble out, if we could get the sand shifted, get back to the original Petra, heaven alone knows what's buried under those streets, and especially under the magnificent building known as the Treasury.
Journalist Jamie Theakston is in the ancient city of Petra in Jordan, looking for the lost treasures that are said to have been buried there over the centuries, now deep under the soil and rocks. So far, he's been given exclusive access to the most iconic building on the whole site, the Treasury. But it turned out to be an empty mausoleum with no clues to the whereabouts of the city's past splendors and treasures. And yet the belief that this ancient place still has valuable secrets and priceless relics to give up runs deep. No more so than with the local Bedouin tribes, who still head into the desert nights looking to hit the jackpot.
So, Suleiman, there's an urn that, according to legend, has treasure up there.
Yes, there is an urn above the tallest there. Actually, it is a solid rock. There is nothing inside it. Historically, it was the traditional symbol of death. That's all.
Right.
But the local people and the Bedouin, they used to shoot it by their guns to break it and to get the treasure inside it, but there was nothing.
Is that why there's all got the bullet holes on the urn?
Yes, yes, and you see the remains of it.
The Arabs certainly believed that there were astonishing treasures hidden in the buildings. This is the carved rock face there, because actually they took pot shots at the buildings. You can still see the sign of their pot shots to try and dislodge what they were utterly convinced were treasures lodged, hidden in the actual edifice itself.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if there were still treasures down there, because it was an incredibly rich city, rich place. It was on some of the major trade routes. It controlled some of the major trade routes, so a lot of money went through there. They had a lot of resources. They had a lot of money to spend. So it wouldn't be that surprising if some of that was still around somewhere in some form.
Not all of the site here has been excavated, has it? So
No, only I can say 15% of the site have been excavated. The rest is existed under the ground.
wow, so 85% of Petra hasn't been.
Even more, 80% of Petra. I'm expecting actually in the future to find a lot of archaeological artifacts, very unique and valuable things.
Why don't we dig it up?
Well, you know, Jamie, this is actually, it's very costly. And the other things, it's a very delicate job for archaeologists.
Sure, but it's exactly what we want to find, isn't it? You know, this could tell us so much more about the Nabateans.
Right. The most important thing is to preserve what you have excavated. If you leave it exposed, then it's better to leave it under the ground than to excavate it.
Oh, I'm not sure I agree with you. Anyway, can you show me some more of the other tombs?
Of course,
Is that okay?
yes,
Okay.
please.
People right back into, as far as we can see, have been looking for treasure in the place. Now, in the first instance, that probably isn't too surprising, because where it was and what it was meant that significant treasures probably were stored there at one time.
You okay?
Okay.
Access to the inside of the treasury was rare enough, but for a journalist like Jamie to be allowed to go down into the tombs below was literally unheard of. The tombs beneath the treasury were excavated by Dr. Farhat back in 2004 and revealed a series of royal burials, skeletons, and offerings to the dead.
I think this is the main tomb. It's for a noble person or king or queen.
Right.
And next to it, there is a niche, and the niche they used actually for putting the main god in that time. And I show you these holes. Actually, there are many of them. These actually were used for hanging the offers. People used to come here to visit the tomb, and they bring offers with them.
Right. Okay.
Over here also, below this niche, we found a figurine for Aphrodite or Al-Uzza, one of the main
One of the gods.
the deities actually in that time.
Petra is a warren of tombs and caves cut into the rock. It's a pre-Christian ghost town, and even with all the tourists around, it can be quite an eerie place.
So were there Bedouin tribesmen living here until quite recently?
Yes, they were living in the caves of Petra till 1987.
Wow, so people would actually be living here?
Yes, they were living in the caves, but they were moved by the government outside the archaeological site.
And am I right in thinking there was a New Zealand lady lived here as well? Is that...
Yes, her name is Margaret, and she came in 1979, and she was sitting on the steps of the treasury, and she met Muhammad Uthman for the first time there. Then they got married, and they had a cave. And you know that Queen Elizabeth, when she came to Petra to visit Petra, she visited her in her cave, and she had a cup of tea with her there.
So hang on, she lived in a cave here and had tea with the Queen?
Yes, I remember that story.
Did she get it painted, make it all nice before the Queen arrived?
No.
Bedouins who have been there a very long time and know the ruin well are convinced that there are huge treasures buried there. And they've been there long enough and they've understood the city well enough to be reliable guides and guardians. And if we take note of their thinking, they would not still be working so assiduously to find anything that's still there unless they had a good reason to believe that there are still vast treasures there.
Petra was the premier inn of its time. It was a huge hotel. It was kind of like a sort of a Las Vegas in a way. So there was lots of people coming through. There was lots of stuff happening. So stuff gets lost. Sometimes it's just the minutiae of life, pottery bowls or wooden sticks or whatever it may be, but precious things get lost too. Now, the sand often gives back what it's taken, and the locals who live in the area, who are the Bedouin, do make finds, either because they know where to look or just because they chance upon things.
There wouldn't be a city at Petra if the Nabateans hadn't been able to control a constant source of water in the middle of the desert. For thousands of years, water has meant one thing here: life. According to Arab tradition, Moses, or Musa as he's known, struck a rock with his staff, sending water cascading into the city down rocks, very much like these. In fact, the actual spot where Moses is said to have struck the rock has been turned into a shrine in the heart of the modern city of Petra. The local people still use the natural spring today for fresh drinking water, which is then carried down through the town via the original gullies on the side of the road.
It was a combination of an ideal trading centre. It was brilliantly fortified and naturally fortified, and it was, in a sense, an artificial oasis at which the water never failed because they knew how to conserve it.
Jamie was put in touch with a relic dealer in the capital of Jordan, Amman, who is said to have built up a substantial collection of relics and artifacts from the Petra site over the years, and he agreed to let Jamie see it.
The Bedouins will unearth pieces of pottery or other simple artifacts from maybe millennia and more ago, and they will then take them off to a local dealer and perhaps get 10 or 20 dinars for the relic they've found. It will make its way to Amman and sell for 100 times what the Bedouin discoverer was given by the dealer in Petra.
Jamie had been given a name and address in the outskirts of Amman. The Rihani family had been buying relics from Petra and other sites across the Middle East for many decades. What they'd amassed was now believed to be the largest single collection in the world. Needless to say, it's rarely seen on camera. They arranged for Jamie to see it, but declined to be interviewed.
Oh, wow. This was not what I was expecting at all. This is unbelievable. And these are oil lamps, right?
Oil lamp, yeah.
My God, I've seen maybe one or two of these in a museum before. I've never seen this many. And this is, so all of this is all from Petra, right?
All of them Petra, yeah.
So all of this would have been dug up from underneath the city.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at all these. I've never seen anything quite... Can I have a look at these down here? And what are these amphora, are they? Is that what these are? Wow. And this looks like an ossuary, right?
Yeah.
Where they put the bones?
Sure.
It's unbelievable. And Roman glass perfume bottles?
Yeah, perfume, kuhl, and some for wine.
Right, okay. There's just so much of it, I can't believe it. And oh, wow. These are copper scrolls?
Yes.
You see, I've never actually seen them before. I've seen pictures of these. That's amazing. And I've seen these two-headed. Is this Greek?
Greek.
Hellenic.
Hellenic, yeah.
Hellenic, yeah. I can't believe just how much there is. And copper arrowheads and knives. Look at all this. There's just so much of it. And so how old would these be?
4,000.
4,000 years old?
At least.
And it's amazing to think that all of this stuff is just under the ground here in Petra.
Yeah.
There's so much treasure down there, is there not?
Sure, of course.
Amazing. Amazing.
There's still lots to be found. I mean, you know, the area around Petra is full of caves and grave sites and places where Bedouin and locals are digging this stuff up all the time. And at that point, you have almost like an international criminal market taking hold of this, because you have good stuff sent off to the Gulf, You have the touristy stuff that some of it's sold locally. It becomes a large-scale business.
Oh, no, these look familiar. Oh, right, OK. Are these cuneiform tablets?
Yes.
Oh, my God. So these must be what, how old?
It's Sumerian, 6000 BC.
OK, so this is the earliest form of writing, 8,000 years old. And I've seen pictures of these, but I've never seen anything like this in the flesh, as it were. And I can't believe that my nose is this close to something that's 8,000 years old. This is amazing. And this
is Egyptian mummy. It's put it in a coffin.
Wow, that is... And you can see the fabric still. And it's just... What amazes me is just how well preserved everything is. I mean, that is just extraordinary.
Yeah, sure.
And priceless.
And priceless, sure.
These finds that the Bedouin make don't usually get passed on to the historical authorities of Jordan or the surrounding regions. It's much better for whoever it is to pass it on to an in-between dealer, if you like, who will buy it on the black market, pay a very, very small price for it, and then he will sell it on. It will be sold on again, and it will often end up in the private collection of some person living down in Arabia or even up in Israel, who will have paid a massive amount more for it than was given in the first place.
Back in Petra that evening, Jamie was put in contact with some local Bedouins who still excavate in the area and who supply the ever-hungry collectors. He'd been given an address in the new town that had been built for the Bedouin tribes that used to live inside the ancient city, and was told that they would show him some of the items they had dug up.
Ahmed, do you think that there is maybe treasure still buried up at Petra?
Yeah, still many things, because, you know, exactly from like 60% of Petra until now under the ground. And sometime in the winter times, you know, you find many Bedouins go around to, and there's a women's, mans and kids go to look for the coins. It's like Romans or Nabateans, what the money he used it like in Roman and Nabatean times. Some of them he dig in the nights.
Well, why do they have to wait until it's nighttime before they...
Because it's not allowed.
OK, so
yeah,
you can't dig...
Yeah, from the government, yeah, it's not allowed. In the winter time, anybody go, because, you know, it's the winters or the water, you can't find the coins. Something other like battery or jar or lamp or something, you go in the night because it's not allowed.
Do you ever go digging?
Of course, yes.
But it's not allowed?
Not allowed, but we try to make our living like.
Sometimes we go, all of us, you know, we go some...
And so how do you make a living? What do you sell? Do you sell what you find, or...?
Some of them, you know, we sell it. There's some people, specialty buy something like this. And some of them, we keep it, something like treasure or something you didn't find.
Okay. Yes. Collect, like some of us like to collect some special kind of money, like the Nabatean. Because the Nabatean, you know, it's few money, not like the Roman. The Roman, for example, they found it in everywhere.
One of the big factors there, in social terms, is the way that the Bedouins behave. They have been there for centuries. They regard it as their territory, their property, and they get a little piece of pottery or the odd instrument or spoon or some other piece of cutlery. They will want to lay first claim to it. As it is, they will put a good price on it and sell it to the tourists.
Needless to say, this is not a side of Petra that the tourists see, nor a part that the authorities want known. They see many of these Bedouins as thieves, but the Bedouins tell Jamie that it's their territorial right to live and dig at Petra.
So, Abdullah, did the Bedouin know where the treasure is buried?
Nobody know. But, you know, they go and they digging. Some of them, they find treasure, some of them not. Nobody know. If I know there's a treasure, I will go.
And do the Bedouin believe that that treasure belongs to them? If it was their land, the treasure is theirs?
You know, for example, like, if I found it, it's for me. Like here on, for example, all the Bedouin. No, if I found the gold, it's belong to me. Like, because we are belong to the Nabataean people. We are with the Bedouin who's like travel and stay here, and like our grandfather, it's Nabataean. So we believe, like everything we found it's belong to us.
And do you have any relics here in your house? Do you keep stuff here, or?
Yes, we keep, yeah.
Is there anything that you can show me that you have? Thank you.
تصوروا في بعض لا في الهاتيك اطلع في هذا الله.
So what have you got here?
This was it's a jar. It was used like in Byzantine times. It's the last time for the beginning. You know, there's the first time Nabateans and after Roman. This was the last time. It's the Byzantines. It's made from the Byzantines.
So this is what, 2,000 years old?
Yeah, something like this, 2,000 years old.
Because I saw jars like this at the private collection in Amman.
Yeah.
And is this worth a lot of money?
Yeah, when we sell it, we sell it sometime with a cheap price. You know, for us, when we sell it like 200 dinar, something like 200 dinars.
So that's about £200 in our money.
Yeah.
But maybe to a big American collector, it would be worth thousands of pounds, right? Wow. Okay. And this came from Petra?
Yeah. This was what we find in Petra. This was exactly we found it one of the tombs, but it was full of water, you know, many water, and this was we found it one of the tombs in Petra.
So if the government knew that you had this, would they take it away from you? Would you be in trouble?
Would take it away.
Or would they? You would go to jail if they came and they found this in your house. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. That's amazing. Thank you. How many are you allowed to have?
They live in hopes that they'll find perhaps the lost treasure of Pharaoh, or some riches that were left there when it was part of Baldwin's kingdom of the Holy Land. And I, for one, would be inclined to trust the Bedouin knowledge of the area and to say, yes, that's pretty good evidence that there is a substantial treasure waiting to be found.
After a few hours of chatting away over tea, the local Bedouins felt comfortable enough with Jamie and the crew to invite them on one of their scavenging trips into the desert to see what, if anything, they'd find. Many of the local Bedouin families send small parties out into the desert after dark to see what can be dug up. Most of the discoveries are just coins, shards of pottery, and other low-value items, which they sell on to tourists. But occasionally, something more significant does come up.
The guy's saying that they need to keep the radio noise down because they're worried the guards might hear.
Once they arrived on site, Jamie and the crew were given a quick security briefing. The Bedouins don't want to get caught out here, so they post lookouts. And if an unidentified vehicle approached, it would be time to leave, fast.
I told the governments or guardians or police, find us, we should go. We should not wait to happen. We should go.
Okay. So how will we know if they've seen us
Yes,
digging.
I sent two, one person in this side and the other in this side. If we check and we find some things, he will tell us and we will go. Okay?
Jamie is taken to an area on the outskirts of Petra that the Bedouins had been working on for some time. They said it was part of an original Nabatean settlement, which had already yielded up some small artifacts. Although the infrared images look quite light, they were actually working in near darkness.
Where is the place?
Okay, this has been marked, so you know where to dig.
Yeah, and it's two. You can see how it's...
Okay.
Like to make it sure, we dig in the middle of the tomb.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what kind of thing are you looking for?
We look like jars, knives,
Right.
combs, something like this. You know.
Okay.
أيوة ده استعمل
أقرب الليلة.
It has often been said that people have always looked for treasure in Petra, and I think they certainly have. And of course, at times, reports have been made that treasure was found there. Reputedly, according to Arab writers, the Crusaders found treasure there in the 1180s, treasure that was related to the distant Hebrew past. Whether this is true or not, it's hard to say.
It's like 2,000 years here.
After about an hour of digging, the Bedouins discover a small object. It was an oil lamp, almost identical to the ones Jamie was shown in Amman, and one of the most common artifacts that's excavated in Petra.
Can I have a look? Can I touch it?
Take care of us.
But to the Bedouins, it's not significant and not valuable. Despite possibly being over 2,000 years old, it would only fetch around $10 if they sold it to a dealer. The sun would be coming up soon, and the team didn't want to outstay their welcome, so it was time to go. They might not have found anything significant, but as the discovery of the oil lamp proved, this ancient place still has many relics and secrets to give up.
Things are found regularly at Petra, on a small scale, a large scale. A lot of it's sold by the locals. The bigger stuff goes into the international antiquities trade. But yes, there are things being found all the time, and you know, there's obviously a lot more to be found.
It's only 35% excavated. What else is to be found? And with those finds, there'll be, you know, there will be caches of relics. There'll be graves. There'll be tombs. We found, I think, a drop in the ocean of what's to be found, yeah, in places like Petra and other great sites.
One of the reasons why it seems likely that before long some vast treasure may be uncovered is this trickle of relics. It's persistent, it goes on. If there was nothing coming up in the sand, then we could say, okay, it's just an ancient city, it's obsolete, it's gone. But when these interesting discoveries are made so regularly, it does give grounds to hope that there is something much bigger, much more valuable, just waiting to be unearthed. It's a jug today, but at the end of the year, there may be a jug full of gold pieces.
Petra is a magnificent ruin that's been standing proudly in the desert for over 2,500 years. But there is a secret side, a relentless, even ruthless search by relic hunters and dealers for whatever's been buried there over the centuries. The $6 million question is, what, if anything, is still left? bearing in mind that only 15% of the whole site has ever been excavated. The likelihood is quite a lot.
The Grail is one of the most famous and legendary of all holy relics. But did it really exist? What was it? And where is it today?
There is a real historical possibility that the cup used at the Last Supper would have been preserved.
This is what was found in there, a small stone cup.
I don't think the Grail is a physical item. I don't think it can be. It has too much power, it has too much psychological value.
Safely kept in a jiffy bag.
I didn't think I was going to find the Holy Grail in a jiffy bag. Right, OK. It's extraordinary.
We're never going to find the real Holy Grail if we're talking about the cup that was used at the Last Supper, because there's no such thing.
Do you think this is the Holy Grail?
No. They've all got a cup. They all, you know, can heal. It's a piece of industry, if you like, or a piece of business.
Wow.
The quest for the Holy Grail is one of the great adventures of all time. It's attracted Arthurian knights, Indiana Jones, and dozens of archaeologists and explorers through the ages. The result is the discovery of a number of cups and chalices which all lay claim to be the real thing. But are they?
It's always seemed rather strange to me that in a very simple meal, given a very simple place, 2,000 years ago, using wooden or very simple pottery bowls, that the cup that Jesus drank out of at the Last Supper could possibly have survived, or that anyone would have even thought about keeping it.
I really don't think that a cup or chalice from the crucifixion or even the Last Supper would have been kept. Now, there may be cups or chalices that were sacred and used in Mass by famous priests such as St. Lawrence or even Paul that have been preserved. And that's entirely possible. You have to look no further than the chalice in Valencia to see that possibility.
One of the problems with identifying the real, true Holy Grail is that there's so much debate about what it really is in the first place.
The Holy Grail is sometimes thought of as the cup that was used at the Last Supper with Jesus and the disciples, and it's also thought to have been the cup that contained some of his blood.
In some ways, the question, what is the Holy Grail, is kind of a bit of a red herring, or rather, it's got a very simple answer, that in any given telling of the Grail story, the Grail is, or it represents, whatever it is the writer of that particular story wants it to be.
The one great thing about the best of the Grail stories is that the Knights of the Round Table who seek to find it only ever find it when they're dead. So that the Grail is essentially, for me, a spiritual thing, a search.
You know, there's lots of cups and chalices that purport to be the Holy Grail and the one and only. You know, it could be from the 1st century AD, it could be medieval, it could be from a coffee shop in New York City. But the point is, if it's meaningful and symbolic to you, then yes, it is a Grail. We shouldn't think there's just one of them.
I'm on my way to meet a man who believes that the Holy Grail is a small ointment cup that Mary Magdalene used to heal Jesus after his crucifixion, and that he's found it right here in the heart of rural Shropshire in England. His name is Graham Phillips, and hold tight, because it's quite a story.
So, Graham, what was it that led you here?
In the mid-1800s, there was a local historian called Thomas Wright, and he claimed that he was descended from the family that possessed the Holy Grail, specifically the Grail that had belonged to Mary Magdalene, the small chalice that she had used, according to the Bible, to collect a few drops of Jesus' blood when he was on the cross.
OK.
Now, Thomas Wright claimed that he possessed this cup and, unfortunately, had no one to hand it on to. So what he did, seeing himself as some perhaps latter-day Merlin, is to hide this cup and leave a series of clues, cryptic clues as to where it was. Now, these, it was said, were in this book that he had written, which was basically a poem about the local landscape in this area.
Right.
And in this book, at the end of the book, is a picture of somewhere called the Red Castle. And the Red Castle is associated in legend, which is all that's really known about it, with the King Arthur story, where one of Arthur's enemies, the Red Knight, lives in the Red Castle. But back in, like, 1990, when I first came here, I got to this spot, and there is the keep of the Red Castle, exactly as the picture in the book. And this proved to me that, wow, this quest is real, that there has got to be a series of clues, as Thomas Wright claimed.
What's down? Can we go in?
Yeah, this is quite interesting in here. As I say, nobody really knows what the castle was used for.
Right.
And in here, you will find another very mysterious... You need a torch.
Yeah, I got that.
To get it, wind your head. Now, in here, you've got what is said to be locally a well, but it's not.
Oh, my...
It's just too wide to be one, and look how deep it is.
Wow.
And all around the walls, you've got these little sort of niches into which would have gone wood to support floors, and the only theory people have is somehow this was a series of floors going deep underground as a sort of medieval bunker, so to speak.
So what would have been down in the bottom then?
Nobody knows. And the really interesting thing, of course, as far as the current quest is concerned, is that the picture in the drawing in Thomas Wright's book is drawn from here. And so the first clue in the series, if we're supposed to stand here, says, "Lead me to the rock that is higher than I." And the only rock that's in the area that's higher is that one there. And that really is what is known locally as the White Cliff. And it seems to be up there I've got to go.
So that's where the second clue is?
Yes, and in fact, if you just follow me, I'll show you. You can't see it quite through the trees here, but on top of that cliff is a very strange monument, which is also referenced in the clues.
OK, let's go take a look.
Graham took me up to the top of the hill to see the ruins of the chapel close up. If he was right, and the clues did lead to it, then the so-called Hawkstone Grail lay hidden away inside the hill beneath our feet.
So, of course, the next clue tells me that I have to go below the arch, inside the hill. Now, I'm thinking, how on earth am I going to do that? So, if I go round the back of where the arch is, in the cliff, I find this astonishing gorge cut through the rock. So I think, well, let's go up here. At the time, a lot of this was overgrown, so I start to have to hack my way through and climb my way over all sorts of fallen branches and different bits and pieces. And I'm thinking, well, is this in any way going to lead me inside the rock and under where the arch is? And astonishingly, that's exactly what it does. Eventually, I found this, an entrance into the cliff itself.
Wow.
This goes right into the cliffs.
Now, this doesn't feel like a cave. This is man-made.
This is man-made. You can see where it's been hacked out. They were originally Roman copper mines, and you can see there the seams of copper, the green copper.
Kind of verdigris.
That's it, yeah, there again.
What was going through your mind when you were tunnelling your way through?
I thought, how long's this going on? I mean, it was going deeper and deeper. And I mean, clearly from the rubble outside, no one had been in here for, well, decades, perhaps even centuries. But eventually, I came to the part of the cave network that was directly below the arch, which is where the clue had told me to go. So in here, we are directly below the stone arch. So we're where Thomas Wright wanted us to be at the end of his trail of clues. If he's telling the truth, somewhere here must be hidden the Holy Grail. But where? What have we got in here? Take a look at this. This, believe it or not, was originally an eagle statue.
Right.
There's its breast, there's its legs, there's its wings. Its head would have been about there. Now, something I have to tell you about that I'd also found out already about Thomas Wright, at the same time as he was leaving this trail of clues, he had a stained glass window designed and donated to his local church. And in that stained glass window is depicted Mary Magdalene holding the chalice.
OK.
And directly above her head is an eagle. And when I first saw this eagle statue, or discovered that it had originally been an eagle, I thought, this has got to be where Thomas Wright hid the Grail. Maybe he's hidden it inside it somehow. But it's all broken up, and when I found it, it was in the same condition as this. So I looked into the history to find out how it got in this condition. And I found out that in the 1920s, a local businessman called Walter Langham decided that he wanted to have this moved out and put in his garden. When he tried to have it moved, because it is a heavy thing, the tackle broke and the thing smashed apart. But what was interesting, as I found in a little story in a newspaper from the time, is that when the base broke open, inside they found a small stone cup, which they thought was of interest at the time, but they didn't really know why. End of story. And I thought, oh, my goodness, quite by accident, somebody had found Thomas Wright's Grail. A small stone cup is exactly what it was supposed to be. I decided to find out from his descendants, if they were still alive, what had happened to this thing. I managed to speak to his great-great-granddaughter, visited her, and I said, do you know what happened to that cup? She said, well, I think everybody in the family thought it was some kind of Victorian mustard pot or something, but yes, we've still got it. Really? Can I see it? And she took me up into the attic.
Right.
And amongst, in newspaper, wrapped up in old newspaper, amongst a load of cups and saucers and that, was this. And this is...
OK. This is it?
This is what was in her attic, all wrapped up in newspaper.
Oh. This is the Holy Grail? You see, I've seen pictures of Jesus drinking from a cup in the Last Supper. This is more of an egg cup size than a... I was expecting a chalice.
Well, precisely. The story of the Mary Magdalene Grail is that she used a small scent jar to catch drops of blood while Jesus was on the cross. I asked the lady who owned it if I could borrow it. She said, yeah. I went to archaeologists, asked them what this was. I didn't say, is this the Grail or what? I basically just said, what is this? And they firstly said, well, that's a Roman scent jar, probably dating from the 1st century AD. They said, secondly, it's made of alabaster. Well, in the Bible, it tells us it's a scent jar belonging to Mary Magdalene 2,000 years ago, made of alabaster. And I said, do you know where it came from? They said, of the type of stone somewhere in the Palestine area. So, you may be holding in your hand the most precious artifact in the world.
Wow.
The Hawkstone cup is interesting because it's not a chalice. It's actually a first-century perfume jar without its lid. And as such, it is not linked with the Last Supper. It is linked with Mary Magdalene, who anointed Jesus with incredibly expensive spikenard perfume. And that's very interesting that the family that owned this automatically assume that it's connected with a Grail-like thing. It's a Grail-like story.
The British Museum dates it to the 1st century Middle East, right? So anything that's dated now to the 1st century Middle East, well, of course, it has to be the Grail, right? And people make this great leap from, no, it's a lovely ancient artifact. Maybe it was in the possession of a wealthy family. Fantastic. That's amazing. That doesn't make it the Grail.
I have to say that I wasn't very taken with the cup itself. It just looked like a small egg cup. But when you take a closer look at Da Vinci's Last Supper, guess what's sitting on the table in front of Jesus? A small greenish cup.
It's not very probable because of the size and the material of which it is made. But there are those who believe it to be a very interesting piece of history, though I wouldn't put it very high on the list of claimants to be the real Holy Grail.
The second contender for the real Holy Grail is here in Wales. Now, according to the legend, a small wooden cup was brought back from the Holy Land and given to a group of monks who lived in a monastery nearby. Centuries later, it found its way into the possession of a family who lived in this country house in Aberystwyth. And they allowed the sick and the infirm to drink from the cup, and, you guessed it, they got better.
According to the legend, Joseph of Arimathea, Jesus' uncle, brought the cup from the Last Supper to Glastonbury, where he founded the first Christian church in Britain. We know it today as Glastonbury Abbey. It was worshipped there as a sacred relic for centuries, until Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries in the 15th century, when a group of monks rescued it and escaped to Strata, Florida Abbey in Wales, just a short distance from Nanteos House. Before the final monk died, he passed the cup on to Thomas Stedman, the owner of Nanteos, for safekeeping. The small wooden cup passed from owner to owner of Nanteos without much attention being paid to it, until the Powell family took over the estate in the mid-19th century, when it becomes known locally as a healing cup. There are records of Mrs. Powell allowing people to drink from the cup and then being healed. In 1905, it is referred to as the Welsh Holy Grail, and almost overnight, its fame spreads far and wide. Gerald Morgan has studied and investigated the claims of the Nanteos Cup for over 30 years, and remembers seeing the original cup on display inside the house.
This is the room where I remember coming to see the sideboard here, where the cup would have been on the sideboard as I remember it.
So this is where you first saw the cup?
Oh, yeah, here in this corner.
And is this it here?
That's a good photograph of it.
It doesn't look much like a cup. I mean, it's quite badly damaged.
Well, this is the rim, and it would have gone... Nearly half the cup has been lost. The base is still there, but nearly half the cup has been lost. It's been broken. It was probably broken a very long time ago. Of course, the legend grew up that all this was caused by people nibbling it. Because they wanted bits, presumably as souvenirs. Well, this is rubbish. It's a classic folk legend to explain a phenomenon. What you're looking at is a medieval mazer cup, which probably had a metal rim around the top, might even been silver. It's almost certainly made of wych elm. It's certainly not olive wood, which is very tightly grained and a very, very hard wood. This isn't very hard. You can see how broad the grain is.
Right.
There are so many legends about it to try and explain this, justify this story. But certainly it was used as a healing cup.
The Nanteos cup is of particular interest to me because I've actually handled it and I've taken holy water from it, which I have given when they requested it to sick friends or people who'd contacted me about it. Now, I have also seen the ancient book in which the cup was recorded when it went in and out of the household to help somebody sick. And there are entries such as, cup was lent to John the ploughman. Next day, he has brought back the cup, having given his wife water from it, and she is now much better after the fever. And there's a whole book of these entries of where water from the cup has allegedly done good.
I know in a lot of the cases that people who come to drink out of these cups quite often are healed, and healed from very genuine complaints. Now, is it their own faith that's healed them, or is there something more going on?
You have these cups that are associated with miracles and various miraculous acts and healing, but it's all an agenda-driven exercise. These tend to be associated with Christian or with modern religious ideals. And so if you're a believer, then the cup is special. If you're a believer, then you will have the miracle, because miracles rely on you, the person, the observer, or the person who's getting the miracle, actually wanting it, owning it, and believing it. Because if you don't, it doesn't.
The other grails look nice, they're pretty chalices, but this seems to actually have a benefit to its followers.
Yes, that's because people believe in it. It's nothing to do with it having been in the hands of Jesus, because it never was. It was only made about 500 years ago at the most.
But you don't doubt its healing properties?
No. I've met somebody who genuinely claims to have been healed. I believe her when she says she was healed by it. Why not?
Now, Nigel Jones, the chef and general manager, reckons he spotted a couple of discrepancies between two historical photographs of the cup, and he's going to show them to me.
Hello.
Hi, Nigel.
Jamie, hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, fine, thanks. Good to see you again.
So, these photos, can I see them?
Of course, yeah. That's the one.
OK.
And this is the other one, both of which are on display.
Right. So both the Nanteos cup.
One's an Nanteos cup and one's a copy.
Oh, right, yeah, that is different. That's the damage there, right?
It's similar to the damage there, but it's not the same, is it?
It isn't the same. So which is the real one?
I believe this is the real one, and that's the copy.
Why did they make a copy?
The Powers made a copy because with people drinking from it, they used to nibble bits off, and it became too damaged, and so to preserve it, they had a copy made.
Is it here in the house?
That copy's not in the house. There is another one.
OK. Can I see that one?
Yeah, sure. Safely kept in a jiffy bag.
I didn't think I was going to find the Holy Grail in a jiffy bag. Right. So this is a replica?
It's a replica of a similar cup, yeah.
Right. OK. It's extraordinary.
The plot was getting thicker. From what I could work out, there was an original cup, which was supposed to have come back from the Holy Land via Glastonbury to Wales. Mrs. Powell then made a copy of this, once people started nibbling bits off it. Hence the discrepancies in the photos. But today, neither are in Nanteos, just the replica in the jiffy bag. So where is the original cup? I was told that it's kept by a descendant of the Mireles family, who inherited Nanteos from the Powells and is rarely ever seen. But when I explained my quest to her, Fiona Mireles agreed to let me see it, as well as the actual written records of healings that are kept with it.
You believe that this is 2,000 years old?
Yes.
Why do you believe it's the cup from the Last Supper?
Well, it has such amazing powers. In it, you can see, like, a communion cup.
Can I touch it?
Only very gently.
Very gently. Well, can I... If I just... Do you mind me doing this? I'll keep it in the glass.
Yeah.
If I can open this, is that all right?
No, just leave it there.
OK, fair enough. I understand it's very... Is it quite fragile?
Yes.
Do people put bits of paper in it?
These are the cures.
Do you want me to... I'll hold the box for you then.
Yeah.
And so, what actually are these? Can I hold this?
Yes.
So this is dated 31st of May, 1858, for the use of the wife of James Morgan, cured. So what do these actually mean, these bits of paper?
Well, that they've drunk the water from the cup and they're cured.
Right. OK. And this is from, well, 150 years ago?
That's right.
Do you believe that this is the Holy Grail?
Yes. Oh, yes, I do.
And why do you think that?
Well, I've seen a lot of people cured, and it has a marvellous feeling to it.
Has any analysis been done on the cup to prove how old it is?
No, my mother always said she didn't want carbon dating.
Why is that?
Well, she just thought people should believe in it.
But as far as you're concerned, this was the cup that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper?
Yes.
If a person was to drink from one of these cups and they were healed, like interacting with any relic, it becomes true for you. So it may be that that's a spiritual path to your God, but it's a personal relationship between you and your God, and an object that you empower and give the power to and believe that can action that, can enable that, then that will become your grail in a way that becomes real for you.
If you drink from a grail, a cup that you believe to be associated with the Holy Grail, and your migraine stops immediately, or you grow another leg or something, it's the Holy Grail for you. It's what matters to you. And it's a personal association. It's an intimate connection with the magical level of the Grail.
Fiona has an unshakable faith that the cup in her possession is the real Holy Grail. But I suspect that Gerald Morgan was right. Mrs. Powell was in possession of an old medieval bowl around which a whole Grail saga was weaved, creating the myth we have today. Is there any decent evidence that it was ever in the hands of Joseph of Arimathea, let alone Jesus? Well, no. It's a nice story, and one that's convinced enough people to actually bite chunks out of it over the years. But is this the real Holy Grail? Not in my view. But I do wonder what it tastes like.
Next on the list is not so much a grail as a grail clue. This is Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire, and in its grounds is a peculiar stone monument that some claim to contain a hidden clue as to what and where the true Holy Grail is.
The Shugborough Monument was built in the early 18th century by a wealthy landowner called Thomas Anson, the son of a famous admiral who was said to have captured a vast Spanish treasure. It depicts a painting called The Shepherds of Arcadia by Nicolas Poussin, where 3 men and a woman all point to a tomb. But here, for no apparent reason, it's carved in bas-relief, in reverse. Most curious of all are a series of 8 letters on the base of the monument, which have so far eluded all attempts to decode them. Even Charles Dickens had a go. Brett Harrison works for Shugborough Hall and has become something of an expert on the monument. He thinks that there could well be a number of coded clues to the Holy Grail hidden in stone, possibly leading to the tomb of Jesus.
It's a classical setting, but what's the Grail connection?
Well, if you remember, Jesus was supposed to be a shepherd of the flock being people, normal people. So the shepherds guarding the tomb, are they? Remember the Poussin painting was reversed, the shepherdesses? The tomb could be where the Grail is.
So we're suggesting that the tomb of Jesus could be the Grail as opposed to a cup?
As the Holy Grail, or as a concept, or you can bring in some people, the Mary Magdalene side as well. Is she the Grail? Does she contain the Spirit? You can go off at that angle as well. Or you can put your own theories to it. And other people have tried to break this code as well, thinking this is a code.
Explain to me why these letters have fascinated people who've tried to answer the Grail mystery.
It's 18th century, it's riddles. They're loving riddles here. So they're trying to convey a message. It may well be that something has been put in after Thomas has done his grand tour. He's seen something else, and these have been added. You might not know what they mean, but someone in 1750s and 60s who was well-travelled and as knowledgeable as you would know exactly what that means.
On the monument itself, we have 3 shepherds and a shepherdess. On the side of the tomb around which they stand is the message, Et in Arcadia ego. One of the translations is, I too am in Arcadia. And if we take the idea of Arcadia as being paradise, then the message of the Shugborough Monument is that the Holy Grail is in another world.
I think the Shugborough Monument gives a location. I think it's a code towards a specific place. I think it's part of a tradition of what's called the underground stream of knowledge and information and proof of perhaps alternative versions of Christianity, of alternative ideas. And I think these objects and documents would have been passed on through families and would have been secreted in specific places. And Shugborough Monument is encoded to maybe move people on to the next location.
Nobody knows what the inscription means. It probably is something to do with the family, that the family themselves have forgotten this happened. I mean, they even brought in a former Bletchley Park code breakers, and they couldn't get a handle on it at all. So if they can't do it, I'm sure I don't know of anybody who can.
Is this helping me understand what the Grail is or might be?
It might be helping you go in a different direction, or several different directions. It could be that the Grail is a tomb containing Jesus, might contain Mary Magdalene. It might not be a cup, it might be a concept. So it may be whatever your Holy Grail is, whatever your belief, this could put you in the right direction.
OK, so the Grail might be in this tomb, or the Grail is the tomb itself?
It might be either. That is where you're going. It might well be either, because it could be a concept, it could be a cup, it could be the two.
The final grail of my quest is here in Valencia in Spain. It's a small stone cup called the Santo Cáliz, and it is right here in Valencia Cathedral.
According to the legend, the small stone cup was used by Jesus and his disciples. It was then brought back from the Holy Land to Spain by the Crusaders in the 12th century, where it was hidden in the cliff-top monastery of San Juan de la Peña, before being brought to Valencia centuries later. The cup has been analysed and dated to the 1st century AD. All good provenance, but what makes this little cup so different is that it has been used to celebrate Mass by not one but two popes, John Paul II and Benedict XVI.
This is a cup that's historically traceable in literature and art to the 3rd century AD, and which was taken to Spain, and castles and fortresses were built to protect it. Jaca, San Juan de la Peña, Huesca, Zaragoza, and today in Valencia. And in fact, in recent times, popes have kissed it, and it has this weird Arabic writing that you can only see in a certain light, just like Parsifal said the Grail had. So of all the cups and chalices, the one in Valencia, you know, that's darn interesting.
The cup in which the whole thing is built around is from the right date and from about the right place. Huge doubts about whether that therefore makes it the cup of the Last Supper, because, you know, how did it get there? There's no story of how it got from the 1st century to, I think it was the 11th century was the first time it actually appears in documents as supposedly being it. But I think if you're gonna pick one, if the church is gonna pick one that historians and experts can't shoot down, that will be the one to do it.
When two different popes have actually used the Valencia cup in Mass, they are tacitly, of course, endorsing it. They are saying this is special and allowing people to put 2 and 2 together and make 5, basically, and say this is the Holy Grail.
As befitting what the Catholic Church believes is the actual Holy Grail, the Santo Cáliz is kept in its own Grail chapel at the cathedral, with its own group of Grail priests guarding it. The man who's charged with protecting the Grail is Canon Jaime Sancho.
Wow. This is more like it. Why does the Church believe this to be the real Holy Grail?
Porque es el único que arqueológicamente sabemos que es del tiempo de Jesucristo. Otros presuntos griales son de una artesanía, de un arte posterior, aparte de la tradición que nos habla de cómo va a Roma, de cómo en Roma deja un testimonio, luego es enviado a España por San Lorenzo y luego ya tenemos todo su camino en España hasta que llega a Valencia.
When people can go on pilgrimage to see a holy object, they will believe that they have been blessed by looking at it. And we come to that old question again of the power of the mind. If you believe that a certain object which you have just seen or handled, I mean, as I handled the Nanteos cup, you do feel a certain sense of well-being because you've had this good and sacred holy object in your hands, or at least very close to you when you've looked through the glass of the case in which it's held.
The endorsement, or the tacit endorsement of the Valencia Cup, has to be good for the Catholic Church. It says, look, we've got it. Nobody else has got it, no other church has got it, we've got it, we can lay our hands on it. This is the cup that Jesus used, The Pope's using it. Hurrah.
During my quest, I've seen a lot of different cups and chalices. Is this the closest I'm going to get to the real thing?
Es el único que tiene garantía de ser de la época de Jesucristo. Otros cálices son posteriores. Un cáliz no puede ser de madera, porque la madera era impura, no se podía purificar. Otras obras, como el de New York, es artesanía cristiana. Además, ahora dicen que no es un vaso, es una lámpara de aceite. Otros, claramente, son obra medieval. Solo este, arqueológicamente, es un vaso como el que utilizaban los judíos para la cena pascual.
Relics are incredibly important to the Catholic Church because of the effect they produce. Just talking about them produces in the mind of the believers. Basically, it pulls the whole church together and it says, look, we are in control of the Jesus story, which is real, by the way, because look, we have this thing that Jesus held himself.
It's difficult to decide which of the numerous contenders for the title might be the real Holy Grail, the real cup from which Christ and the disciples drank at the Last Supper. On the other hand, the veneration for the right reason of any of those holy objects is a good thing rather than a bad one. My best guess would be for Valencia. If I was compelled to say which my favourite was, that's the one I would go for. But I wouldn't really want to put money on it.
It's been quite a quest from Hawkstone Park in Shropshire through to Valencia in Spain. And all of the cups I've seen have their own fascinating story, their own history, their own legend. But which one is the real Holy Grail? Frankly, they all require a bit of a leap of faith, but for me, the strongest evidence seems to point to the Santo Cáliz. I mean, there's no definitive proof, but it's quite humbling to think that that little stone cup in there could have come from the Holy Land 2,000 years ago. I'll see you next time.
So who are this mysterious group known as the Illuminati? Where do they operate from? And who are its members? Are they really some secret world government operating in the shadows? Or is the whole thing simply one huge conspiracy theory?
One has to consider the strong possibility that there are puppet masters above Obama, above Cameron, above Putin, who are organizing and influencing.
It's terrifying that there are millions, perhaps tens of millions of people in the world who believe in the Illuminati as a fact.
It's incredibly widespread, and considering the historical data, it's surprising so many people believe what is effectively an urban myth.
So you believe that they were trying to match this to the way they've laid out Paris?
They've created an Egyptian temple in the middle of Paris.
It's now become a series of all-encompassing conspiracy theories but the Illuminati did exist.
They are a secret society that makes things happen in ways that we know what not of.
The pentagram is an ancient symbol of occult power, which was used to designate a ritual space inside which magic was performed.
Which is, as we now know it,
the City of London.
The existence of the Illuminati has been rumoured for over a century. They're said to meet in secret, but their influence is felt across the globe. A secret world government, in effect. The whole thing sounds like something from a James Bond movie, but is it true?
There's certainly evidence of several groups who call themselves the Illuminati, all the way back to the 14th, 15th century, the enlightened ones. But they're not the Illuminati that people talk about today. They're not that type of, secret society that we all think about when we hear the word Illuminati.
This sort of cult in the belief of the Illuminati is widespread today, and particularly amongst the younger generation, who would tell you that everything from wars to economy to weather to market crashes to missing planes, all these things are governed by the puppet masters.
The irony was that the whole Illuminati, serious baddie ruling the world thing, in league with the devil, actually began with the Catholic Church. They really just went for it. They built up this whole myth about the Illuminati being in league with the devil, being, satanic, and gave them aims that they didn't have. Well, I mean, it was bad enough as far as the Catholic Church was concerned to, for them to have aims to overthrow the Catholic Church. But, they added to it and they gave it colour. And that is what started today's Illuminati myth. The Catholic Church started it.
Naturally enough, the history of the Illuminati is a little foggy when it comes to hard facts and solid research. Historically, the name refers to a secret society founded in 1776 by a law professor in Germany called Adam Weishaupt. According to his own writings, he set it up to oppose the church and state's power, influence and prejudice over public life. It was made up of academics, Renaissance thinkers and Freemasons. On the whole, it had a positive agenda, fighting for freedom and equality for all men and women. Quite radical in the 18th century. Today, the Illuminati is seen by many as a cabal of influential politicians, financiers and old European families who secretly control the world outside and above elected governments. According to rumours, they meet in secret to carry out their evil plans, which include creating financial crashes, price fixing, and starting wars and conflicts. They are said to be sworn enemies of the Church, and many are top-ranking Freemasons. In recent years, the main symbols of the Illuminati, the all-seeing eye and the pyramid, have been spotted in music videos, leading a whole new generation to believe that artists like Jay-Z, Beyoncé and Katy Perry are part of a conspiracy to brainwash the youth of today with an Illuminati agenda.
In a Rihanna video, there's, secret subliminal messages about obey the Illuminati. And Katy Perry video, with ancient Egyptian stuff and little dogs and men turning into dogs and, and her strange teeth. This is, according to vast numbers of people, a fact that subliminal Illuminati messages, satanic messages, are leaching out from all of these sources, these you know, crazy modern sources, and infecting our brains.
Are you telling me that Lady Gaga is not involved in some new world order?
No, she's involved in a new world order that consists of Lady Gaga.
What they stood for, the, shall we say, the relatively modern Illuminati, was to allow people to think freely. They wanted gender emancipation and education for women. They wanted to get away from the domination of the church. They wanted to get away from the domination of various political despots. And they stood, ideally, for freedom.
Over the years, there have been constant rumours and press reports and even books written about an unholy alliance between the Vatican, various secret societies and Masonic lodges. Now, very little of this has ever been conclusively proved, but it all came out into the light back in 1982 when a chap called Roberto Calvi, who was also known as God's banker, was found hanged under Blackfriars Bridge.
Author Robert Howells has spent years investigating the shadowy world of the Illuminati. He believes that it does still exist, but not as a central group, more a murky web of secret societies and Masonic lodges, many of whom do have high-level links to the Vatican, politics and banking.
Do the Illuminati exist today?
The ideals of them, certainly. This ideal of cultural revolution and cultural uprising has kind of stayed with us. And certainly people look back at the French Revolution as a marked moment where the populace could turn around and say, we're not happy with this government, we're getting rid of it. We're not happy with this oppression or this rule, and we can rise up against it. So as a symbol of that, they still exist.
One of the popular myths doing the rounds for the last decade or so is that a private foundation called the Bilderberg Group is really a front for the Illuminati.
Who exactly are the Bilderberg Group?
The Bilderbergs formed in the 1950s. They were to be a kind of joint group between Europe and America to exchange information. And they were made up of heads and states and senior members of the military and different areas of business and commerce. But over the years, because they meet in secret, they never publish the minutes of their meetings, and they contain such powerful people. Outsiders that look upon them as a potential kind of Illuminati operation, this kind of group of people that are perhaps trying to run the world or dictate how business is done.
For a long time, until about 15 or so years ago, it was even hard to find that the meetings happened at all. And of course, it's a conspiracy theorist dream. You know, what are all these rich and powerful people doing? What are they talking about? They would say they meet in private. The conspiracy theorists would say they meet in secret. And the things we don't really know what they talk about because they never publish anything. It is the conspiracy theorist dream.
Those who are suspicious of them and who oppose them believe that they are conspirators and that what they really want to do, irrespective of what effect they are having on the bulk of humanity, is to run the show.
One has to consider the strong possibility that there are puppet masters above Obama, above Cameron, above Putin, who are organizing and influencing.
Since the French Revolution dissolved its monarchy, Paris has long been one of the centres for secret societies, Freemasonry and the Illuminati. According to the rumours, core members of these groups possess written heretical material, perhaps alternative gospels and contemporary records from the 1st century that would challenge our accepted view of Christianity. Rob's research has revealed that one of the hotbeds of this heresy was at the Church of Saint-Sulpice, which is said to have housed a whole library of so-called heretical texts and books. It was founded by a Catholic priest, Jean-Jacques Ollier, in the 17th century, who was also a member of several influential secret societies.
So there's something we need to see over here. Ollier, on his deathbed, said that Christianity was based on a vast panoply of untruths.
Right.
He was the founder of this church in its modern form. It was him that rebuilt this church. And if we look at this painting, there is a hidden picture of Ollier in the painting. He's been included here.
So hang on, so this is the guy who built this church?
Yes.
And he said that Christianity was based on a lie?
Yes. Yes, and in this picture he has his hand to his mouth, which is a Masonic symbol for trouble, for panic.
And what's he got in his other hand?
Under his arm, he has documents, he has scrolls and books. And I think that's the fact that this was hidden in one of the frescoes within the church, I think is important, because they're saying that secretly, these documents, that this is the kind of evidence, this is the heretical content that existed at the time in this church. And we find that later in history, when Canon Lilly was here in the 19th century and stated that he'd found proof that Jesus was alive in 45 AD, that he had survived the crucifixion.
Pretty powerful stuff.
For a church, it's incredible stuff. It would destroy the church if it was proven.
In fact, the Church and the Illuminati have been connected for centuries. It's been rumoured, but rarely ever proved, that there are leading members of secret societies at the very highest level in the Church. In fact, while we were near Notre Dame Cathedral, we saw a parade of a secret order moving through the streets. There were priests, a bishop, and dozens of non-clerical men wearing their ceremonial capes. But who were they? Most likely a Masonic or chivalric order connected to the Church of Notre Dame. But what struck me was just how much security this group had. The parade was surrounded by police and security guards with earpieces, walking alongside the caped gentlemen.
So you ask, who are these people? And it gets a little difficult to articulate. We have the Bilderberg Group, we have G8, we have these notions of who prints the money in the world. You look into that, you find it's privately held, and you wonder, who owns that? So these people, if they do exist, and all evidence sort of suggests that their existence is real, they've maintained their anonymity in the shadows now for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
According to Rob, you don't have to go far in Paris to see Illuminati and Masonic influence. In fact, one of the most iconic landmarks of the city, the Pyramid at the Louvre, is part of a much bigger structure, a recreation of an ancient Egyptian temple.
Now, this is one of the most iconic symbols of Egypt. Right. In the center of Paris, we have a pyramid that perfectly matches the angles of the Great Pyramid in Egypt.
Right, okay.
This was built as part of Francois Mitterrand's building project, where he placed Egyptian objects all across Paris. So we have this, we have obelisks, we have arches. The whole place is a paean to Egypt. We're in what is a recreation of the Temple of Luxor, with a pyramid at the heart of it. The Temple of Luxor itself represents the Temple of Man, in which God resides.
Yeah, that looks amazing. That's fantastic.
It is. It's a testament to the Freemasons rediscovering ancient Egypt as a perfect time, as a time when everything was built to perfection, to the ideals of a grand architect, to a god.
The pyramid was commissioned by a high-ranking Freemason, Francois Mitterrand, and it's claimed to have been constructed from 666 panes of glass, the symbolic number of Satan from the Book of Revelation, though the museum says the number is really 672. Interestingly though, its sides were built to exactly match the same angles as the Great Pyramid at Giza. So, is Mitterrand's structure just an eye-catching folly, looking rather out of place in this 18th century stone courtyard? Or was it something more?
Mitterrand had some pretty esoteric ideas, right?
It was revealed after his death by his drivers and staff that he would actually go and visit that monument in the middle of the night just by himself, just kind of meditate and contemplate there. So he was kind of into some very, say from an Anglo-Saxon point of view, some very weird stuff. But he was also, he was very interested in things to do with the power of the land. He saw himself as somebody that had a kind of, in a way, divine right to rule France. He'd seen this from when he was a young man, that somehow he'd been chosen to be the ruler of France. It was his destiny.
So we've seen the pyramid in the Louvre, and we're now at the western end of the gardens of the Louvre, and this is the obelisk. This is an Egyptian obelisk dedicated to Ramses II.
So is it actually from Egypt? Well, I can see the hieroglyphs.
It was brought from the Temple of Luxor, and this completes the temple that they recreated using the Louvre. This is at the far end of it. It's at the gate that was the gate of Luxor in the same position. If we look at a map of the Louvre with the gardens, see the pyramid and the head of what would be classed the man in the form of a temple. So the pyramid was here, and if we come down through the gardens, we're now down here at the obelisk. And if we see an aerial photo of the Temple of Luxor, we can see the same layout.
Yeah, similar layout.
And at the same end, down there, that was where this obelisk came from.
So you believe that they were trying to match this to the way they've laid out Paris?
They've created an Egyptian temple in the middle of Paris.
So on one level, you see these famous landmarks that we all know and love, but you think there's something a lot more to it in the way they're laid out?
It is very much of the Masonic plan to reintroduce these older beliefs and these older mysteries into the modern day, and to use that kind of architecture, the great Egyptian architecture, and to recreate temples in the same way that they recreate Solomon's temple every time they build a lodge. So they build the Egyptian temples as well in a capital city, in the middle of a city.
If Rob's right, and the positioning of the Louvre pyramid and the obelisk was part of a secret Masonic plan to create a sacred space in the heart of Paris, then you get a sense of the power and influence that its creators must have had. And when you compare the layouts of the Temple of Luxor and the area around the Louvre, then you can see distinct similarities.
If you look at the plan of Paris and you look at the Temple of Luxor, you'll see that the Louvre structure and the gardens are laid out according to the Temple of Luxor. So in a way, the Freemasons have recreated Egypt, ancient Egypt, in Paris, in full view, allowing people to wander in and out looking at the Mona Lisa and sit in the gardens eating their lunch, not aware that they're sitting in the middle of an Egyptian temple, a place of power, a place of great spiritual importance. And this has been created in the middle of Paris.
So, hang on, so you're telling me that there's some kind of magic portal in the centre of Paris?
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying that any esotericist, and I'm including Mitterrand, President Mitterrand in this, to them, alignments of buildings or natural features or patterns or symbols inscribed on walls, they're not just as we would see them. They're not just interesting. They actually mean something to them at a deeper level. They represent the direction of a magical energy flow. And I know that sounds a bit Harry Potter, but to them, it really is a kind of portal for energies from the gods, from spirits or whatever, to come in through a portal into our dimension and be used.
For what?
Well, whatever they want to use it for, presumably power. You know, that's what most people want to use energy for.
Unusually for a society created at the time Mozart was still alive, the Illuminati is big news today in youth culture and social media. The internet is in a tizzy over what some people see as its satanic messages and images being used by today's celebrities. So if you want to know who the real Illuminati are today, you don't need to break into the Vatican's secret archives, just pop into a cyber cafe.
Hi. How are you? Can I use one of these? Okay, lovely, thank you. What do people think the Illuminati are today?
Well, it's an astonishing phenomenon. It's worldwide. I was going to say mainly young people, but I don't know why I say that. I mean, it's just vast numbers of people on the planet today think the Illuminati exist behind the scenes, in league with the devil. I mean, absolutely not a turn of phrase. Absolutely, literally in league with the devil, possibly with devilish aliens. And they basically run the world. They're trying to establish some sinister new world order. And according to all the believers in this theory, because that's what it is, which they accept as total fact. I mean, to them, it's not a theory. According to them, these people are in governments, they're in the medical profession, they're in financial world. Some of us might agree with that to some extent, but they're there and they're real, and this is a real conspiracy based on a satanic pact, basically.
So the Illuminati is, according to this, an ancient and shadowy group of elites who control nearly every aspect of life on this planet, made up of the world's political and financial elite, and, it would seem, Jay-Z.
It's extraordinary how many people now believe it. I mean, it's all over the internet, but you kind of expect that to be. But just talking to people, people that aren't particularly interested in any of these subjects or interested in politics, you know, some particularly young people, students we've talked to, absolutely accept the Illuminati as an established fact. Really just because everyone around them says the Illuminati exist. It's incredibly widespread, and considering the facts, the data, the historical data, it's surprising so many people believe what is effectively an urban myth.
Ah, this looks interesting. You too can join the Illuminati. Here we go. Just need my details. $2.99 a month.
The obsession with the Illuminati and their symbols has really gone off the scale in the last 10 years. Take, for example, this symbol that you see famous rock stars and politicians using, and it is peculiar, but you know, does it mean anything? Probably not. The other one is the all-seeing eye, which of course appears on the dollar bill, and it represents the all-seeing eye, the grand geometrician of the universe, according to Freemasonry. But now you see this in Lady Gaga videos and Jay-Z videos and Rihanna, and all these celebrities now, they're all using the same sort of images. Fine. I mean, they are cool images, but the bloggers and the sort of, you know, fringe press are looking at this and saying, ha, you are a member of the Illuminati, and you have been chosen to propagate these messages. But it's bollocks. I mean, it's just cool imagery they're using to sell music.
If I'm honest, the further I looked into the Illuminati, the less real it all felt. Yes, there was a small group of free-thinking liberals in Germany back in the 18th century, but as far as I can ascertain, that was where it ended. But since then, the myth of the Illuminati has been slowly and surely built up on the back of Freemasonry, secret societies, private foundations, and occultists to create this monster we see today.
When we look at the people's conceptions of what the Illuminati might be in today's world, people have almost certainly got the situation totally wrong. Almost any situation which can't be explained, almost any power base in the world, even now down to stars and superstars, are all thought by one person or another to be associated with this all-encompassing conspiracy to take over the world in usually a very negative sense. We particularly find it because people are so suspicious of bankers and industrialists. We don't trust politicians anymore. So all these people tend to get lumped together as if they're involved in some kind of very definite scheme to disenfranchise and disempower us.
Paris wasn't the only city to be influenced by secret societies and Freemasons. After the Great Fire of London destroyed much of the city in 1666, the great thinkers, writers, architects and alchemists of the day, like Sir Christopher Wren, seized the opportunity to rebuild London reflecting their esoteric agenda. Journalist David Hambling has spent years studying their influence on London, revealing a secret world of symbols, ancient geometry and the occult hidden in plain sight. One of these men was Nicholas Hawksmoor, who built a number of churches in London, including Christ Church in Spitalfields.
What's interesting about them was that they were all built along a particular pattern with separation and alignments, which linked them all together.
OK, so this is a map of the City of London?
So this is a map of the City of London area, and we are there at Christ Church, Spitalfields. And then you've got St Luke's, St George's, St John's.
Right, and that makes a sort of star...
Makes a sort of pentacle.
So are we suggesting that Hawksmoor deliberately built his churches to make a shape of a pentagram?
The pattern and the separation between them certainly makes it look as though he was trying to produce some kind of design, and the most obvious way to join them up is into a pentagram like that.
And what's the significance of the pentagram?
The pentagram is an ancient symbol of occult power, which was used to designate a ritual space inside which magic was performed.
And so what's he telling us then? Why this space? Do we know what was...
Basically, he's staking some kind of claim to the area within that space.
Which is, as we now know it...
The City of London.
The City of London. The Illuminati is often connected to a lot of conspiracy theories. What are the main ones?
I mean, they are at the centre of all the biggest conspiracy theories. Perhaps the most famous one is an American conspiracy theory called the New World Order, which is this idea that there is a group that's trying to abolish countries, and in particular, abolish American sovereignty and American rights. So they see things like the European Union, where you see the national boundaries being dissolved and things being run by a shadowy central organisation. For them, that's a sure sign that the Illuminati are behind it. And in their view, the Illuminati are attempting to take over the rest of the world as well.
They may not have taken over the world in the 17th century, but they did rebuild London, and their crowning achievement was undoubtedly St Paul's Cathedral. According to Hambling, it was to be at the very centre of the sacred space they had created in the city, a New Jerusalem.
Now, I recognise this place.
And it's a far cry from the austere, simple lines of Christ Church, Spitalfields.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is very much the handiwork of Sir Christopher Wren. In fact, this is his greatest achievement, and possibly the greatest achievement of 17th century English architecture, St Paul's Cathedral, heart of the New Jerusalem that the builders wanted to create after the Great Fire of London.
So this was absolutely central to the Illuminati's plans?
This was literally central to their plan of London.
What have we got here?
This is, and St Paul's lies at the very heart
Oh, right, OK.
of the rebuilding plan.
So is this where we started, Christchurch, Spitalfields?
So that's where we started.
Hawksmoor's
churches surround it, and right at the centre of it is St Paul's, the beating heart of the new London. Yeah, the New Jerusalem is the shining city on a hill, the example to the world of a perfect, idealised city. And at the heart of that is a modern version of Solomon's Temple, which embodies all the wisdom in the universe, and that is St Paul's Cathedral. That was the vision of Christopher Wren and the others who were trying to rebuild their New Jerusalem here. And this place also has a very interesting connection with Freemasonry, in that the first United Grand Lodge was actually formed right on that spot there at the old Goose and Gridiron public house in 1717.
And that proximity to the Masons is significant?
It's very significant. In Masonic mythology, the very first Freemasons' lodge was set up in the porch of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem, and the first United Grand Lodge ever, which was set up here in England, was set up just over there. So in the symbolic Temple of Solomon in London.
It has long been suggested that there is a very close connection between the Illuminati and Freemasonry. Now, I would tend to the view that both of them are visible tips. They're the surfaces of something much older and deeper. For want of a better term, I might use the name the Guardians or the Guides, and that they go back millennia, not just a few centuries.
According to the conspiracy theorists, it's the Illuminati that are behind Freemasonry. Or according to some, it's Freemasons that are behind the Illuminati, but you can take your pick. That comes about because back with the original Illuminati, there was a connection because the Illuminati worked by trying to infiltrate and take over Freemasonry. But that became kind of a gift to its opponents once the Illuminati had been broken up. Say, the Illuminati were within Freemasonry, therefore they were controlling Freemasonry. Wherever you see a Mason, you can now see the Illuminati.
There are some quite mad but very firmly held beliefs in, Freemasonry automatically being evil, and therefore it must be part of the Illuminati thing, and that they all are basically in it because of satanic naughtiness on a grand scale and wishing to take over the world.
Adjacent to Christchurch in Spitalfields are the streets and alleys where the notorious Jack the Ripper terrorised London in the 19th century. Hambling believes that the Ripper murders were part of a wider Masonic conspiracy, which were part of a secret occult agenda. In essence, Jack the Ripper was part of the Illuminati.
One of the most famous and grisliest mysteries of Victorian London were the Jack the Ripper murders of 1888, when a number of prostitutes were killed and horribly mutilated all around this area. Jack the Ripper was never caught, and there are many theories about why he did what he did. But what wasn't fully appreciated until recently was there was very strong occult connection in the way the bodies were mutilated, the way they were laid out, and the pattern in which they were killed.
What do you mean, the whereabouts of where the murders happened?
Well, if you plot their locations on a map, they form an exact parallelogram.
OK, so 1, 2, 3, 4?
Which are, those are the 4 who were found outside. There was the 5th victim who was found inside under different circumstances, but with those 4, there appears to have been a ritual connection.
So if you were to superimpose that onto a map,
you would get that.
Oh, right, OK, so we are here. So why was he choosing these locations? Why are these significant?
Again, it's to mark out a sacred space on the ground for what could loosely be described as a black magic ritual, so that he could gain power.
So we think that, are we suggesting then that Jack the Ripper was a member of the Illuminati?
He certainly had an understanding of the kind of principles that the Illuminati were working with. If he was a member of them, I would say he was probably a rogue member who was just out for himself.
Given all this information, do we know who he might have been?
There's a very strong suspicion that he was a man called Robert Donston Stevenson, who was a student of the occult and a journalist who wrote a number of articles about the black magic connections of the Jack the Ripper killings. He was arrested 3 times for the murders, but the police never proved anything and he was released. But he remains one of the strong suspects.
One of the theories which is associated with the horror of the Jack the Ripper killings is that the lacerations were meant to conform to a certain geometric pattern, that it wasn't simply the old Masonic vengeance for oathbreakers, which it was, but that at the same time there was a geometrical aspect of the mutilations that he carried out. And that has a very sinister depth to it. Just exactly who was the Ripper and why did he use those peculiar configurations on his victims?
When you're presented with the hard evidence of the Illuminati's influence on London, it's a compelling case. But has there really been a coordinated effort from one group to run our lives, our politics, our economies, even build our cities from the shadows? Or are some people just trying too hard to connect all the dots and construct a powerful mythology?
Well, the longer I've lived, the more I've looked into society and why things apparently happen in very unexpected ways sometimes, my life experience suggests that there are influences other than the simple cause and effect that we're aware of. But that is more of a gut feeling. I can't say, oh yes, I'm sure they exist because of A, B, C, and D. I've got no proof that they are a dangerous secret society. But when I look at all the things that happen, both politically and economically and internationally, then I can't help wondering why those things happen. But it's only a question mark. It's not a certainty in their existence.
My neighbour, for example, totally believes, as a fact, that the Illuminati secretly run the world and are trying desperately to establish a new world order, in which they are succeeding bit by bit. And this terrifies her. Or she gets together with all her friends, and even their religious advisors are pushing this idea that the Illuminati are in charge.
So for some people, it's a very real and a very tangible threat.
It's very real, it's very tangible, and the fact that most people don't acknowledge it, most people walking in the street, the man in the street, don't acknowledge it, just shows, how they're sleepwalking around, not acknowledging this terrible threat that is hanging over us all.
What's interesting, these societies today, like these Neo-Templar and, of course, Freemasonry, what do they have in common? They're private and secretive, and that allows them to have some fun and pay homage to an ancient tradition, but they're harmless. But because they're secretive, they get thrown into this bucket of being evil and part of the Illuminati, and they're really not. They're really harmless.
I think what we might have here is actually the reverse of what many people think, in so much as the Illuminati is seen as almost like a nefarious, dark, manipulating group who are trying to bring about their own world agenda. What if they're the opposite? What if they are a group that are actually trying to uphold ancient traditions, ancient symbolic ideas that were pre-church, pre the religions of the book? And what if they are trying to actually make us aware that some of these ideas, the measure, for instance, sacred geometry, are actually where we find God, where the real spiritual elements of life can be found.
If we look back to the original conception of the Illuminati, when it first bore that name, its whole idea was to literally build a better world, not just for the influential people, but for ordinary people. In my conception and through a host of different books, it seems to me that something like the original Illuminati does indeed still exist, but it's much more subterranean than most people would think these days. And it's very similar in its intentions and objectives to what it was back in 1776. It seeks to make the world a better place, but we have to remember that the people involved in it are extremely patient. In a world where everything seems to happen in 2 minutes, the Illuminati, if that's what you still want to call them, are generational and multi-generational. They take the time, but they are, slowly but surely, making the world a better place.
So are they real? Well, after everything I've learned, it's hard to dismiss them as a wild conspiracy theory. I certainly think there's evidence to claim that there have been groups of influential men throughout the last 200 years or so who've sought to influence events and change the course of history from the shadows. And are they still doing it? Well, you tell me. I'll see you next time.
Nikola Tesla was one of the most enigmatic but least known scientists of the past century, inventor of both electricity and radio. So why did he die in poverty? Was he silenced?
Nikola Tesla created some of the most incredible inventions the modern world has ever known. AC power, X-ray technology, radio, and most controversial, free energy.
What sort of voltage is this one?
It's 1 million volts.
Whoa!
Although Tesla was naive in lots of ways, I think he genuinely was a genius.
Tesla was one of the most amazing engineering inventors of his century.
So what we have here is a cage of death. Why do I not like the sound of this?
He sowed the seeds for radio, he had the major patents. He sowed the seeds for radar, the radio control. If you look at his list about what he called the world system, you go, hang on, that's our world now.
He was brilliant in his imagination. He thought outside the box all the time. Probably what Tesla didn't have was the follow-through.
It's like being in the eye of the storm, seeing the lightning blasting off in your face. It's extraordinary. That's the most extraordinary thing I've ever done. Now, many people believe that Nikola Tesla was hampered, shut down, and eventually killed by forces in America who were opposed to his plans for free electricity and telephony. And when you consider But those two industries alone have made several $1 trillion over the past 100 years or so. You begin to understand the motives for stopping him at all costs.
Tesla's biggest, most famous discovery was the simplest. Harnessed natural resources and make them available as energy for the entire world. But you can imagine that never got off the ground. Why would someone let free product get produced when the likes of General Electric and other companies have one objective: profit? Needless to say, free energy has been suppressed to this day.
Nikola Tesla was born in 1856 in what's today's Croatia. As a young man, he began working for the Edison Company in France, designing and making improvements to electrical equipment. Then, in June 1884, Tesla relocated to New York City, reputedly arriving with only 4 cents in his pocket, and not quite 30 years old, he was given the task of redesigning the Edison Company's direct current generators. He was, as some remarked at the time, a bona fide genius, but a strange one.
Tesla was a very strange man in all sorts of ways. He was almost certainly autistic. His brain was wired up differently than most of our brains are. He had an incredible memory. I mean, totally photographic. Could remember an entire book, no problem. He was a man who rarely slept at all. He was a man who was obsessive compulsive in all manner of ways. He could not sit down at a meal without working out the volumetric capacity of the bowl or plate from which he was eating. He had strange phobias. He could get himself into a literal fever if he saw a peach. He couldn't touch human hair. He was an oddity.
He would crunch each of his toes 100 times before he went to bed because it would stimulate thoughts so he would be productive in the morning. He refused to shake hands, and although he was a gentleman, he would just turn and get really nasty with people, and no one was quite sure why. He had a photographic memory, but was really, really peculiar. He worked precisely from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day and then ordered his dinner from the same gentleman, and that gentleman had to clean his silverware with 18 napkins. I mean, he had many of the symptoms today that we know about as being OCD, and this is what made him the quirky mad scientist that everyone thought he was.
Tesla believed in alternating current, or AC, which he thought was far superior to Edison's DC, or direct current. So, in 1887, he set up his own Tesla Electric Company, with a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street in Manhattan, where he constructed his famous alternating current induction motor. It was revolutionary and way ahead of its time.
He had a mind very similar to that of Leonardo da Vinci, in that it worked in many different directions simultaneously. But he was, in essence, an engineer. He thought like a physicist, but acted like an engineer. The greatest legacies he left to the world, almost certainly alternating current is one of those, as opposed to what existed before, which was the production of electricity through direct current. That was complicated because it was very difficult to push direct current a long way. So if you lived a long way from the power station, it was difficult for you to get your electric. Alternating current works in a different way, and so therefore it can be pushed much further. So that's clearly one of the greatest things that Tesla did.
Keith Tutt is an author who's researched and written about the curious genius that was Nikola Tesla.
He moved to New York when he was about 26. He'd already been working in Paris for Edison's company in Paris, and he wanted to hit the big time in America. America was where everything was happening. The potential for big money to be spent on big projects was there. I guess he felt that he could not just make his fortune, actually, because he was more of an idealistic person than that. He wanted to transform the world. He wanted to bring electricity to the world, and America was the place where it was happening.
So tell me a little bit more about some of the experiments that he was doing at the time.
His big thing, his first big thing was AC, alternating current electricity. And he had an experience in 1882 in a park where he claimed to have seen this idea of how alternating current could work in motors. And this was a huge advance. At the time, it was thought that the future of electricity was in DC, direct current. But Tesla firmly believed that AC was what was going to make electricity really liberate people, actually, and make commerce, industry possible, which is absolutely true and is actually what happened.
Needless to say, Tesla's invention of an AC motor and his ambitious plans for free energy made him an arch rival of his former boss Thomas Edison, who was championing DC. They called it the Battle of the Currents.
Edison and Tesla were two totally different types of personality. Edison, to some extent, was in the pocket of the big business organizations that were buying his work, buying his inventions, buying his technology, whereas Tesla was an idealist and a dreamer. And those two personalities clashed. And now we pay quarterly or monthly or even by putting a coin in the slot for what Edison was responsible for. Whereas had Tesla succeeded, we would be able to enjoy free electricity.
He was working on ways in which electricity could be moved wirelessly, is that right?
Yes, he was. Once he had, he'd been given the contract to electrify Niagara Falls, a massive project, and he had successfully achieved that. And this gave him a platform to do things that he really wanted to do. And his big dream was to make electricity freely available to everyone at any point on the planet. And he had two main ideas for doing this. One of them was electricity through the atmosphere, and the other was actually electricity through the ground, so that one could simply stick a pole in, if you like, a receiver, and receive limitless amounts of electricity anywhere on the planet.
Tesla was a fantastic showman, travelling across the states, dazzling his audiences with his million-volt Tesla coils. Today, people across the world recreate his experiments, and I've arranged to see something similar here in Gloucester.
Hi.
Hi there.
Mark, the Tesla King.
Welcome to our high voltage world.
Nice to see you. This is it, right?
This is the Tesla coil, yes.
Okay. Can we fire it up?
Of course you can. This is the solid state one. So this uses switches to turn it on and off.
Okay.
Let me turn it on for you.
Go on.
He came up with a wonderful idea of putting an enormous copper ball on top of a 200-foot tower and then charging it. And he did, and he produced discharges like lightning that was 130 feet long. And then the whole thing blew up and his experiment came to an end.
So is it dangerous?
It is dangerous. It's about 500,000 volts, 400 to 500,000. If you can just step back, please, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm going to stay with you.
So what we do? Whoa. That's in test mode, so we're testing the system to make sure it works.
Okay.
And now if we give it full power...
Right.
Whoa! So that's 400,000 volts.
It's very noisy.
It is noisy. You've noticed, haven't you?
I've noticed. And why is it that kind of purple colour? Why is that?
So the air is made up mostly of nitrogen. When you excite nitrogen and give it power, the electrons jump on for state, and as they come back again, it gives you a little flash. And that flash of light is always purple. If we had an argon atmosphere or another gas, it'd give you a different colour.
Right, OK. So can we just shut that one down a sec? Wow, OK. And this is its big brother, right?
This is the big brother, yeah.
OK. What sort of voltage is this one?
It's 1,000,000 volts.
Whoa, so mains voltage is what, 220, 220 volts? That's 1 million. What would happen? Would I get a shock off that?
Yeah, you would die. You don't want to be anywhere near that. And that's a 3-metre spark, so it's quite a beast.
OK. It's a little bit like something out of a Frankenstein movie.
It is. It's exactly, it is that kind of technology.
I shall kill you mere mortals with my electricity power. OK, can we fire this bad boy up?
What I want to demonstrate to you is that lightning through the air, it actually pushes electricity out. And we're going to demonstrate that by having some fluorescent tubes there, which suck up that power without being connected to it.
Hang on, I don't know. Just explain that to me again. So this is like, you're talking like wireless...
A wireless system. This was wireless back in Tesla's day.
OK.
So he was trying to set up systems which actually gave you wireless power.
Right. Was there any truth that he was working on building a network of these coils that would allow electricity to be passed essentially from, you know, place to place?
Well, the coil would have been, generally speaking, the generator.
Right.
That would be sending the power out to these different receiving stations.
And was he successful in doing this?
Well, it's really questionable the level of success that he had with this great plan. He had some success, he claimed success, and he had patents which cover this activity.
So we need to talk about some safety features. The hazards we have here are, you know, high voltage electricity going through the air. If you've got a pacemaker or any implants, electronic implants, they can be stopped with it.
OK.
It gives off a lot of nitrogen oxide and things like that into the air, so after a while we'll vent the place and get rid of some of the nasty fumes and do that.
Right. Okay.
Safety distance for a beast like this is around about 5 metres.
Right, OK. Well, I'm going to go and stand...
You stand over there. I'm going to set these tubes up so you can see what it looks like.
So you said this is 1 million volts?
Yes.
Now, I know because I had to change my car battery the other day, and that's 6 volts.
Yes.
So this is...
Quite a bit more. I'm going to turn the power on slowly. So we're coming on. So you see that they're not connected to any part of the power.
That's
it's sucking up power from the air and they're turning on. Wireless power transmission.
So he really was onto something, Tesla. I mean,
he was.
Tesla knew what he was...
So then as we bring the power up,
that is so noisy. It's like we're manufacturing lightning. Yeah, you're literally putting million volts. Whoa, that is amazing. I've gone a bit that's just me reacting normally. That's fear, is it?
Yeah, it is partly fear, but there is loads of static in the air, loads of power in the air.
Because I'm feeling like I'm getting goosebumps. I can feel like my hair on the back of my neck standing up here. That is amazing.
There were two sides to Tesla's mind. The one side, the side we remember best, was of the brilliant inventor thinking of strange, new ways of using electrical power. But the other side of him was a great humanitarian, an idealist, a man who wanted to provide free energy for everyone so that we could use it, enjoy it, make the most of it. And that did not go down well with the big businesses who were supplying electricity at a cost. It was as though it would take from them the commodity they were selling, and they felt threatened. This was why Tesla never succeeded financially.
As curious as it might sound, Tesla has fans and devotees around the world today who like to replicate his experiments, including the Faraday cage. There's a man in Australia who calls himself Dr. Electricity. He's a doctor by day, but at night fires up his Tesla coils and puts on a huge light show for his neighbours.
Peter, why do you do this? Why do you go
into your garden and unleash 500,000 volts?
It's like the Sir Edmund Hillary answer, because it was there, sort of springs to mind. But it's just something I've enjoyed since I was young, and as I started to do my own stuff, the internet came along, and began to put that on the internet, and sort of found like I can do things that other people aren't doing. So it sort of grew from there, and sort of became more enthusiastic about the website and other people seeing it. So yeah, it's built up, and I just enjoy that sort of that power and the energy of it all. In the same way that people enjoy power and energy in other forms, racing and so on.
And what do your patients make of what you do?
Well, a lot of them have heard or seen or on TV or just in pictures in my waiting room. Their response is, varies from he's really a bit crazy, That's one person's response to. But yes, it varies from incredulity to sort of frowning and nodding the head.
Listen, Peter, it's been a real pleasure. Thanks for talking to me.
Not a problem.
OK, you take care.
OK, thanks a lot, Jamie.
Bye, Peter. Bye.
See you.
In May 1899, Tesla moved to Colorado Springs to work on the high-frequency, high-voltage experiments for which he became best known. Using vast Tesla coils, he created artificial lightning, discharging millions of volts of electricity up to 135 feet. And, as you could understand, it caused quite a stir in the surrounding area.
According to reports from the time, the electrical discharge sounded like a huge thunderclap, which could be heard 15 miles away. And people claim to have seen huge flashes and sparks of light coming from Tesla's laboratory high on a hill. It was crude and it was dramatic, but Tesla had created working, wireless electricity.
At Colorado Springs, Tesla felt he had the opportunity to really develop the magnifying transmitter, the equipment to produce huge voltage, high-frequency electricity. This was all a development he expected to take forward into the wireless transmission of electricity, and he carried out experiments there that did enable the wireless transmission of electricity. He set up a field of light bulbs, just light bulbs not connected to anything, just stuck in the ground, and the power of the induction that was coming out of his coils actually lit these lights in the darkness.
That's a pretty cool trick.
It's a great trick.
Even today, that would be impressive.
It would be, it would be.
So he was proving that it was possible to transmit electricity wirelessly?
Yes, through electromagnetic induction. I mean, that has a die-off in the sense that he was only doing it to a certain extent, and then the question comes, what happens when you try and do that across a huge area? Well, in his case, Did
he try and do that?
Well, he did it across a large area, pretty large area, and horses started to skip about because their horseshoes were actually starting to react with the ground. So it was not entirely safe.
So he caused quite a stir then in the town?
He caused a huge stir. The great thing for him at Colorado Springs was that he had unlimited amounts of electricity. That's why he went there. In fact, he had a deal with the local power source. Unfortunately, he blew up the power station at least once.
As well as wireless electricity experiments in Colorado, Tesla was also fascinated by X-ray technology and developed a cold cathode tube to take primitive X-ray photographs. He was also an early pioneer in radio waves before Marconi, setting up a temporary lab in the Gerlach Hotel in Manhattan to test out his inventions. And in 1898, Tesla demonstrated the world's first radio-controlled boat at Madison Square Garden in New York City. The crowd that witnessed the demonstration was astonished, and rumors about how he did it ranged from his use of black magic and telepathy to the boat being piloted by a trained monkey hidden inside.
So the next part from this, if you want to do something a bit more exciting, is how about we put you in a cage? How would you like to feel that power?
What do you mean?
Well, we can set up a cage for you. You can stand inside the cage and we'll shoot lightning at you. So you can see it up front and personal. Do you fancy doing that?
Well, you're going to fire that at me?
Yes. So we'll put you in a cage. It'll be perfectly safe.
You just said that could kill you and it's 1,000,000 volts.
Yeah, so there's something called Faraday's principle. Faraday was a man who discovered the effect that electricity likes to go round objects rather than through them. So if we put you in a metal cage, the metal cage conducts electricity much better than you do.
Right.
And therefore it goes around the outer of the cage rather than all the way through you. A bit does go through you, but you don't die.
That's theory you're talking.
That's theory, yeah. I mean, it's well proved. I mean, only one person's ever died from it, so...
OK, I'll do it.
Are
you heavily insured?
Yeah. About 1 million. How much you would?
Go on then, let's do it. I'm in.
So what we have here is a cage of death.
Right, OK. Why do I not like the sound of this?
Do you want to try that for size?
I don't think I'm going to get in that, am I?
Yeah, we'll squeeze you in.
Really? OK.
Looks like one of those Iron Maidens.
Yeah. It looks like a kind of spooky, massive jelly baby.
Let me take out the safety foam.
OK.
That insulates you from the floor. Step in, sir.
I got a bad feeling about this.
So, hands by your side.
Right.
Head back.
OK. Ah!
Well, it's quite tight, isn't it?
Well, all right, not that tight.
Ah. Try not to touch the sides.
Well, I can't...
I reckon that'll work.
I can't not touch the sides. I'm kind of squashed in now.
Well, he was a born showman. He was very much a Barnum and Bailey type. And one of his favourite tricks was to get inside a Faraday cage and then, using the same principle as those machines that we've all seen in the physics lab when we were schoolboys and girls, that the electricity, static electricity, completely harmless, would radiate from him in a most spectacular manner. And people at his period who didn't realise that it was harmless and who lived in an era when criminals were executed with an electric chair were thinking that Tesla was surviving what would seem to them to be an absolutely fatal process. And of course, he loved the acclaim and he loved to mystify his audience.
And you sure this is going to protect me from the... It's 1,000,000 volts.
Yeah, 1,000,000 volts. So Faraday's principle is that it's easier for the electricity to go around the outside through the skin of this rather than through you, because this conducts electricity much better than you do.
OK. I'm aware that I'm touching the edges. Is that going to be a problem?
Yeah, that's not ideal. No, what I'll do, seriously, anything you're unhappy with, if you feel any tingling sensations, hands on your head and we'll stop immediately.
How can I put my hands on my head? I can't even move.
You'll be fine. Do you have any fillings?
No.
Excellent. No watches?
Well, yeah.
Phones?
Yes, all of these things. A microphone, a watch.
So we try not to have metallic things inside the cage at any stage.
OK. So you're going to fire that straight at me?
We're going to fire it, yeah. And you can actually see, if the camera's come and have a look, there's burn marks from where we've done it before.
Would it be churlish at this stage to say, don't try this at home?
So I'll put 2 safety earths on you, so you're well earthed.
Good.
And we'll turn it on.
Hang on. Are we sure this is a good idea? Don't I get, like, a last meal or anything like that? Maybe a message for my kids? Tell them I love them? Will you tell my kids I love them?
Set me on.
Good. See what, the first person... Oh! First person to try this was a brave man. OK. Oh, it feels a little tingly. So far, so good. I can't bear to look.
If we can imagine Tesla himself inside his Faraday cage, and on either side of it, these gigantic Tesla coils, and then the spark would fly a distance of many feet from one coil towards the other, and the Faraday cage in the middle, with the man in the cage looking as if he was being cooked alive. And he is unharmed. He is completely untouched by all of this that's going on around him, and it looks impossible.
Oh, that was extraordinary. My goodness, you can feel like that. You can feel the heat sparking off your face. You can feel the heat, and you can see like lightning bolts coming at you. It's like
feel the tingliness on your skin.
Yeah, yeah. I've still got that. It's like being in the eye of the storm, seeing the lightning blasting off in your face. It's extraordinary. That's the most extraordinary thing I've ever done.
Tesla's grandest plan yet was to build a huge tower in Wardenclyffe on Long Island in New York that was to transmit free and wireless electricity around the world using other huge transmitters that he was going to build in other countries. As you can imagine, it was an ambitious project, and he struggled to get the funding for it.
So what was he working on at Wardenclyffe?
Wardenclyffe was the site that he chose on Long Island, on the east coast of America, to build a 187-foot tower, which had a magnifying transmitter within it, and he wanted to send radio signals across the Atlantic. He had this huge desire to make radio and telephony and communications possible across the world. And he managed to get some funding to do this. And he was successful up to a point, and the point was Marconi managed to send the first radio signal from Cornwall across to Newfoundland, and that really actually put a big stop on Tesla's funding.
So when it comes to Marconi and to Edison, Tesla's sounding a bit like a nearly man. You know, he was always just that close.
He was a nearly man in certain ways. I don't think you can say that about AC electricity. He was the man who electrified Niagara Falls. In fact, with radio, he had 17 patents prior to Marconi. And Marconi used Tesla's 17 radio patents to achieve what he achieved. It was only in the year of Tesla's death in 1943, that it was acknowledged that it was actually Tesla's patents that had made radio possible.
He was brilliant in his imagination. He was brilliant at, putting ideas together. He thought outside the box all the time, maybe too much. He wasn't a businessman. He wasn't very personable. He didn't get on with people. He didn't follow through any contacts he might have. I mean, he fell out big time with Edison, for example. And probably what Tesla didn't have was the follow-through. He came up with brilliant ideas on paper. He conceived of amazing things, some of which have yet to be followed through, invented properly, but he just couldn't follow them through himself. He couldn't build them, or if he did, they fell apart or something happened to them. He didn't have much luck, actually.
After the disaster in Wardenclyffe, Tesla was a broken man and in serious financial difficulty. But he continued inventing with plans for a radar system, a vertical takeoff biplane, and even a ray gun. Unfortunately, none of them came to fruition, and he died, impoverished and alone, in the New Yorker hotel on the 7th of January 1943. New York journalist Kim Mantz is a self-confessed Tesla groupie and takes people on tours of the main Tesla landmarks in the city, including the actual suite in the hotel where he died.
So it's in these two adjoining rooms that Nikola Tesla lived the last 10 years of his life. He actually died here too, in the New Yorker hotel. And it's not unusual because he actually lived out his entire adult life in New York City hotel rooms. So it was a kind of interesting existence, but he did a lot of experiments and crazy things in there, and also had a big man-sized safe full of all of his documents that actually got seized by the FBI when he died, because they wanted to make sure that the nation would stay secure with whatever secrets that he was coming up with. So they actually went through all of his stuff here and then brought it out. I don't know if there were any misconceptions about Tesla. He was pretty straightforward with how out there he was with all his ideas, and he was so proud of them. You know, Edison always said, like, if it doesn't make money, I won't invent it. And Tesla said, if I ever get as much money coming in the doors, I'm throwing out the window on new experiments and ideas, then I'll be a wealthy man. So he was fully owning the whole Thor's hammer thing and his persona that he had built up. But he also really believed in what he was saying, so he wasn't just doing it to be eccentric. But you can imagine in 1906, Tesla was describing a wireless cell phone in a time when people were using huge switchboards and multiple operators and cranks and things like that. He was talking about being able to wirelessly carry around a telephone device, and that an operator wouldn't need any specific knowledge of how to use the device for using it. So it's pretty cool. He was saying stuff like that back then. You could see why they would think that he was a little nutty.
The last year or so of Tesla's life it's a heartbreaking story. He's living in a small room in a New York hotel. Keep in mind, he's never had a love or a woman in his life, and a highlight of his day is going and feeding the pigeons. Not just any pigeons, he had particular pigeons that he was fond of and would spend lots of money on. So it was a very tragic situation, especially since the first Wall Street, the first crash of the financial markets caused his biggest funder to stop what would have been his most revolutionary project, the tower that would have given the world free energy. So he died, and hardly anyone took notice.
Why did he die in poverty?
Yeah, he died in poverty as a result of these bad deals that he'd done. He accepted to give up royalties on electric horsepower produced on his patents. He would have been a multi-millionaire at that time, but he gave it all up for $216,000 at a time when he needed enormous amounts of money to do the research that he wanted to do.
He may have died in 1943, but the spirit and inventions of Tesla live on. Today, there are thousands of amateur inventors and Tesla enthusiasts all over the world. And every year, a small group meets in Nottingham in England to attend an event called Gowsfest, where they swap tips, show off their coils, and spark up all manner of Tesla-inspired devices.
I'm Derek Woodruff, and I organise a couple of the Tesla coil events in the UK. I build Tesla coils. My speciality is the electronic coils, but we've also got people here who have built the more classic sort of Tesla coils that Tesla himself would probably recognise, not a lot dissimilar to what he was playing with.
My name's Chris, and I'm a chartered electrical engineer, and I work for a large engineering company here in the UK. What I've brought along today is a plasma ball, which you can buy from a hobbyist or novelty shops, and I use the plasma ball to illuminate ordinary household fluorescent tubes in a normal way, in an unusual way, rather. And what I do is I use myself as a human conductor. I put my hand on the plasma ball, charge myself up to high voltage, and light fluorescent tubes with my bare hands. I did audition for Britain's Got Talent some years ago, but unfortunately I didn't make it through to appear on television. But nevertheless, it was a lot of fun.
I'm Dave Bullymore, and I'm a Tesla coiler, and I'm here at the Nottingham Gowsfest in 2014. Oh, Tesla was a genius. He was way ahead of his time, and it wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say he more or less invented the modern world. He developed the AC electricity concept, and that's how modern world is run. He had this idea for what he called the world system, which was a series of transmitting towers built near generating stations, and it would avoid the need for to have wires going to people's houses. They would basically tap the energy using a giant receiving aerial. I think the reason it failed was they realised they wouldn't be able to charge the customers for the electricity. Anybody could just help themselves to it.
Some people say that, that the reason that Tesla became embittered and died in poverty was because he genuinely was just a dreamer, that a lot of his ideas came to nothing. But you have to look at Tesla the engineer to see the things he did actually achieve. He did make a cosmic collector. He was able to project energy across vast distances without any kind of wiring. There were teething problems. He blew up several power stations by accident. But that alone proves that something was happening.
He certainly produced some strange and fascinating effects in his laboratory and in the whole area around his laboratory that seemed to suggest he was onto something. Whether that was actually viable, nobody knows because it hasn't been followed up. But you know, there's huge reasons or huge motives not to follow those ideas up in case they work. You wouldn't actually have to suppress the technology. You just have to, you know, once Tesla died, just not bother to research it anymore.
By all accounts, Nikola Tesla was an enigma and a genius. On the one hand, he was a socially awkward and difficult man who preferred the company of pigeons to humans. On the other, he was a driven scientist who worked nearly 20 hours a day to create his electrical inventions. And yet the questions remain about his legacy. Was he deliberately hampered in his plans to offer the world a network of freely available electricity and radio communication towers? Did the big American corporations decide his ideas were too dangerous to their profits to let him succeed? Or was he just the victim of his own hubris and ambition?
Tesla never got the recognition he deserved. At the beginning of his career, he was exploited by Edison. At the end of his career, it was J.P. Morgan and many others in between. He would quip when new inventions would come out attributed to somebody else. Hey, wait a second, that used 17 of my patents. But it did no good. Nobody wanted to know. He was the mad scientist, not a businessman.
What's Tesla's legacy? What will history remember him for?
I think really particularly for AC, alternating current, polyphase electricity. Sounds like a complicated name, but it's actually what makes the electrification of this city, major cities all over the world, the transmission of power possible. That is what Tesla did. He did a lot of other things as well. He sowed the seeds for radio. He had the major patents. He sowed the seeds for radar. He did radio control. If you look at his list about what he called the world system, he wanted to create a world system of communication. If you read through it, you go, hang on, that's our world now.
I think you could safely say that Tesla was a fantastic scientist and just an awful businessman. He was exploited all the time. Edison waved a carrot of, I think it was $50 if he did this or that and discovered this unbelievable sort of machine that he needed to do certain things in his company. And Tesla did, and he never got paid. And that was the story throughout his entire career. People were nicking his patents and absolutely just taking advantage of everything he did because they had more money and a greater opportunity to exploit it.
The tragedy of Tesla's life, and we need to remember that he died impoverished and alone, was that it almost seems as if there was a conspiracy of big business working against him to shut him down and to make certain that he and those who had invested with him lost everything, and that it was to the, what we might call, Edisonian angle that the future developments turned. It's an awful tragedy when we think that his idealism was wasted and how different our society could be today if people had gone with Tesla instead of with Edison and the big business.
Now, despite all his experiments into free energy, Nikola Tesla will probably be best remembered 100 years from now for being the inspiration behind one of the fastest growing car companies in the world, the Tesla electric car. Certainly not free, but it is a hell of a lot of fun. See you next time.
The Nazis developed a brand new flying craft at a secret research facility in northern Germany. Did the Americans and Russians steal that technology after the Second World War? And was it, as many have claimed, a man-made flying saucer?
There were some very strange experimental Nazi aircraft in the air before the war ended.
There could well have been prototype German aircraft that bore some sort of similarity to a flying saucer.
There would have been maybe some kind of flying object in here,
inside,
that could have taken off vertically.
Perhaps.
US military were well aware about the technology of the Germans because they captured a lot of stuff.
The reason the Nazis built these craft were for maintaining their military supremacy.
They didn't hesitate to kill thousands of people in order to keep this secret being a secret.
We were right on the brink of that delivery being made. It could have changed history.
It really is one of the great mysteries of the Second World War. Had the Nazis really developed a craft that was invisible to radar, able to outmaneuver enemy aircraft and travel across the globe at hypersonic speed? I mean, it sounds like something from science fiction, but there are many who believe they came very close.
There was a lot of supposition towards the end of the Second World War that the Nazi Air Force, the Luftwaffe, were experimenting with fighter planes and bombers that were faster and more dangerous than the Hurricane or the Spitfire. They felt that they had got the worst of every aerial battle in which they'd been engaged with our men, and so they were looking for superior weaponry.
I think it's very likely that the Nazis were trying to evolve all sorts of new types of aircraft. We have to remember that at the start of World War II, aircraft design was still, relatively speaking, in its infancy. So new ideas were being tried out all the time. Hitler in particular and the big generals around him were very interested in wonder weapons. And the more desperate they became, the more interested they were in wonder weapons.
The reality is that if they had developed a UFO, then it was too late to turn around their fortunes in the war. But newly released documents and deathbed confessions from scientists involved in top-secret Nazi development paints a picture of a race to develop a supercraft, codenamed Die Glocke, or the Bell, which would have changed the face of history forever. In fact, the idea of the Nazis developing a flying saucer wasn't such a crazy idea at all. They had for years been at the cutting edge of aircraft design, with early prototypes for vertical takeoff jets and even fixed wing and stealth technology.
German engineers were, and still are, among the very best in the world. If they set their hearts and minds on developing, whether it was an aircraft or a submarine or anything new and unusual and superior to what they considered to be their opponents, then I believe it was within their capabilities that there were some very strange, very unusual, experimental Nazi aircraft in the air before the war ended.
All indications are the Nazis were ahead of all of the Allied nations in terms of technology. First-hand accounts tell us that from as early as the 20s and 30s, their technology far outstripped anything else on the planet.
Further evidence for highly advanced Nazi flying craft came in the form of the so-called Foo Fighters. They were unexplained balls of extremely fast-moving light that started buzzing Allied aircraft over Germany. They were first reported in November 1944, towards the end of the war, and were sometimes seen as single balls of light streaking across the sky in front of Allied aircraft. And sometimes there were many of them flying off, around and under the wings.
There were reports from our airmen and, strangely enough, from the Luftwaffe flyers later on about these mysterious Foo Fighters, which were faster and which had better armory and which caused a lot of damage. The whole thing was hushed up for many years, but it looks as though the German designers and developers had produced several experimental machines which were generally called Foo Fighters.
Some pilots described them as resembling Christmas tree lights and reported that they seemed to toy with the aircraft, making wild turns before simply vanishing. Pilots and aircrew reported that the objects flew in formation with their aircraft and behaved as if under intelligent control, as they could never be outmaneuvered or shot down. The phenomenon was so widespread that the military took the sightings seriously, suspecting that the mysterious objects might be secret German weapons.
It appears that the Nazis built advanced, technologically superior flying machines for purposes of military supremacy. However, their radical design led them to be interpreted as being of extraterrestrial origins.
The fact that the Foo Fighters appeared at the time when the Nazis were experimenting with this kind of craft is enormously suggestive that the Foo Fighters were actually the German craft, perhaps remote-controlled. I wouldn't say it's proof positive, because it depends what you think of all the other UFO reports that have come out since then. If they're extraterrestrial craft, they could have been buzzing around then. But it's certainly suggestive, and it certainly ties in with the idea that these were actually kind of Nazi secret aircraft.
From 1944 onwards, the Allies all but obliterated the Nazi industrial heartland in northern Germany. So it's believed that Hitler and his high command made the decision to move their most sensitive and secret projects, including the UFO development, out of the front line and down to what is now the area of Wrocław in southwest Poland, on the border of Czechoslovakia. It was remote, mountainous and out of the way. They constructed a huge underground facility called Die Riese, or the Giant, in what today is known as the Owl Mountains. It was a series of interconnected bases built deep into the mountains, safe from aerial detection or bombs. Different facilities developed different top-secret flying craft and weapons. This ensured that if any one base was discovered or compromised, then the others could still continue. The codename for the project was Lothar, and according to intelligence documents seized by the Allies after the war, it became the highest priority for the German command from 1944 onwards. They were developing something that they believed could win the war.
The Nazis had been so brutally bombed by the Allied forces. All of their infrastructure was under threat, all of their discoveries. So they had no choice. They made a conscious decision. We need to move this the heck out of here. And so they moved it to southern Poland.
They were actually delving into mountains. They were making bunkers of a kind that no bombs of that period would be able to do more than scratch the surface. And from Hitler's point of view, it was the cleverest thing he could have done with his production machinery and with his, dawning rocketry. He wanted it safe from the RAF, and he got it as safe as he could.
The Nazis abandoned the underground facilities in the last weeks of the war, but the remains of Derisa are still there deep inside the Owl Mountains, although much of the complex has either collapsed over time or become flooded. A Warsaw-based military historian and journalist, Igor Witowski, who has been researching the top-secret projects, agreed to take me into two of the remaining facilities which are still accessible. The first one is known as the Ashuku base, and it's believed to have been the home of Die Glocke, or the Bell UFO.
We are going to one of the underground facilities in the western Poland, which is called Rize. It is part of a very large complex that the Germans were building here during the war. It was one of the most secret, if not the most secret, undertaking of the SS, because I have written it literally in a document. It was something of very high priority.
Do you think they were building some kind of flying craft there?
There is a construction which resembles a test rig for vertically taking off and landing crafts. And there are also testimonies of some witnesses from the time of the war, former prisoners which worked here, and they have described some objects hovering noiselessly in the air.
As we drove deep into the mountains, I really wasn't sure what to expect. Is it possible that the Nazis really had built some sort of UFO out here? And if so, what would this underground facility look like?
And so was this a mine before, Igor, or did the Germans build it?
It was built as a, armament facility or command post, or anyway, typically wartime facility.
Right, okay. Okay.
And
when did they start building it?
They started to build it in 1943. It was built essentially by the prisoners of a concentration camp, which was located close here.
Okay. So what would have happened here in this facility?
According to one of the prisoners, which had access to German documents, it would be a final assembly line.
Right. And what would have been in here? These sort of windows here. Oh, is that a machine gun in it?
These underground structures in Poland and in that area were quite phenomenal. There were hundreds, thousands of slave laborers digging away into the heart of the mountain, to create this impregnable underground city, and the defences outside, should an Allied army have landed there and attempted to get inside, the way the gun emplacements were ready to mow down any infantry who were approaching this underground city's entrance. And it was inside those impregnable labyrinths in the mountain that the Germans were continuing to develop their advanced aircraft and all of the other new weapons that Hitler had ordered.
Okay, you can kind of imagine this place being full of German soldiers. What's this here?
These are remnants of various kinds of armament that was used by the SS and was found after the war in the vicinity.
And so these are rifles, are they?
Rifles, barrels, everything grassy.
What are these?
Panzerfaust anti-tank grenade launchers, for example. This is a magazine.
Yeah, it's a shell there.
A shell, yeah.
It was an eerie place, with a network of tunnels leading to guard rooms, weapon stores, and even a telephone exchange, all slowly rusting and rotting away underground.
I think they were experimenting with new designs to see what they could do, to see how fast it could be, how high they could go, whether they could evade radar or not show up on radar. I don't know they necessarily knew that any of those things were going to achieve any of those things, but they were going to try it out and find out.
And tell me more about the bell.
The bell was a device which was in the shape of the bell, but it was a kind of accelerator. There were two drums or cylinders inside, which were spinning during an experiment at opposite direction with very high speeds. And it was something that was emitting very harmful radiations of various kinds. And the bell was tested underground in special underground chambers, probably as the one that we can see here. It was a device 4 or 5 meters tall, so it would take a significant portion of such a hole.
And so these are top secret experiments that the Nazis are carrying out in these tunnels?
Yes, these experiments were so top secret that the entire facility where it has been tested has been blocked.
Fundamentally, the Die Glocke, or the bell, was full of certain deadly radioactive materials in order to make it do what they were hoping it would do. And a number of the top scientists and technologists who were working on it in the experimental stage died of radiation poisoning. It was, in a double sense, a potentially deadly weapon.
According to plans discovered at the end of the war, the bell was actually the propulsion device for a powerful vertical takeoff craft, which had 2 large discs rotating inside a cylindrical outer shell. It was these discs, powered by a huge energy force, possibly radioactive, that gave the craft its vertical lift. Whether it was a flying craft or just a flying bomb, we don't know.
So essentially these are like giant underground science labs?
Yes, the entire undertaking was to be a conglomerate of industrial research facilities, command posts, something like research laboratories combined with an arsenal of the last resort that they could use to win the war, even in 1945 or late 1944. So it was to be, everything was supposed to be connected with each other, all the parts. And in all, it would be the size of a small or medium-sized city.
One of the things that we need to remember about that stage of the war was the tremendous technological difference between these experimental planes, these new mysterious machines, some disc-shaped, some flying wings, and all kinds of experiments. This, I think, is where they got ahead of us. They were prepared under that central leadership where Hitler said he wanted something, and by thunder, they did it.
Was this some kind of UFO they were trying to build?
What I can say, and what can be verified, and what is substantiated by the documents that I have found, is that they did work on an exotic propulsion system, linking gravity with quantum physics, for example. And for this can be proven.
So the Nazis were trying to develop anti-gravity propulsion. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, it is. To this day, it is the most likely hypothesis. Over here, I will show you some of the German equipment left by the Germans here.
Oh, okay.
In the vicinity of this underground facility, you can see helmets, gas masks, anti-tank grenade launcher. Yes, it's all rusty stuff, but...
So this was all equipment that was abandoned when they left the
yes,
facility?
they have left here quite a lot of it.
It's amazing.
This is a barrel from a machine gun,
yeah.
MG-34.
Shell casings here?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
88 millimeters.
Yeah, was that from a tank, or would that have been a...
From a tank, or anti-aircraft gun.
Right. Gas masks?
Gas masks, yes.
It's quite clear that the Germans were terrified that the Allies would discover what they were doing down here.
Yes, they were guarding this secret very, very carefully, and one of the evidence for this is that the number of the counterintelligence officers here was record-breaking, around 100 of them, which was unusual because normally it would be 1 or 2 or 3 officers. And the other evidence for this is that for the secrecy is that none of the prisoners that were working in the finished parts of the complex have survived, which means that they didn't hesitate to kill thousands of people in order to keep this secret being a secret.
It's hard to describe the feeling when you walk around this underground base, but a general sense of dread would probably come closest. It's cold, damp, and you can feel the fear and hatred inside the vast tunnels and chambers. Not surprising, really, when you realize that over 40,000 people died down here. Take it from me, this is a truly disturbing place. If the Nazis did actually build flying saucers, then an Austrian scientist called Victor Schauberger was probably one of the leading lights behind it. In 1934, it's reported that Schauberger and other scientists were summoned to Berlin to meet Hitler and start work on an exotic flying craft. Their work had unlimited funding and would be carried out in total secrecy. After the war, documents discovered by Allied intelligence show that the scientists did, in fact, have some success.
Victor Schauberger is a Nazi technologist who had this motto of observe and copy nature. He came up with the first, what was called a repulsion craft, the first craft that had the ability to have completely vertical liftoff. So he succeeded in this basic tabletop design of vertical liftoff, and instantly the Nazis got right behind him.
Once Hitler knew that on a small scale, such a machine had been able to defy gravity, as he was thinking of it, then all the resources went in so that Schauerberger could make one that was big enough to take men, to take bombs, to take anything that the Führer wanted.
It seems very likely to me that the Germans were trying to evolve a craft that was capable of vertical takeoff. I mean, that was kind of like the holy grail of aviation during the war. As the war went on, this would become even more important, of course, because more and more runways on aerodromes were being bombed, and it would be much better to support ground troops if you could have vertical takeoff aircraft.
It's fair to say that the Allies strongly suspected, and maybe even had hard evidence, of a top-secret development program that explained the multiple sightings of unidentified craft in the skies. So when the Nazi regime finally fell in 1945, the Russians and the Americans were very keen to get their hands on the data, the documents, and the scientists behind it. The Americans set up a top-secret operation to bring as many Nazi scientists to the US as possible. It was codenamed Paperclip.
Come the end of the war, there was an incredible competition, I mean a frenzied competition, to gain access to the individuals who were the brains behind Germany's leading technological elite. So Russia wanted them, everybody wanted them, and ironically, the US, one of the Allied forces, was victorious in obtaining them.
They extracted Werner von Braun, who became a chief scientist at NASA, developed the Saturn V rocket, and this is the man that developed rockets that bombed London initially. So it was a race. It wasn't just a race to capture Berlin, it was a race to get technology.
At the end of the war, the Allies seized something like more than 2 million of patents from the German industry. These patents were given for free to the private industries in Germany, in France, in the UK, and of course in Russia. And it was a fantastic booty.
In fact, there were both Russian and American flying saucer projects that were developed after the war. The Russian project was called Tarielka, and the American one was a joint effort with the Canadians called the Avro car.
In 1953, the international press came up with an astounding news. Canadians were working on a flying saucer. Actually, the Avro aviation company in Canada was funded by the Americans to develop a disc-shaped aircraft.
Both vehicles were modified, one for further static and flight testing at the Avro facility, and the other for tests in the 40 by 80-foot tunnel at Ames Research Center.
The Americans invested a lot of money, not so much, but a good amount of money. And the Canadians developed the disc pretty slowly, and a few years later they came up with a test craft. And there is some footage about that. You see something like an overcraft jumping over the ground, about 2 meters over the ground, with very, very poor performances. And after that, the Americans realized that the money was completely wasted, and so they canceled the project. But there is another story. Many think that that was a conspiracy, that Avro car was just a poor craft shown to the public to demonstrate that the project failed. But behind the scenes, there was another project successfully making a real flying saucer with top performances. But no one knows about that, of course.
The second facility Igor wanted to take me to was called Sobon, and unlike a Shuku, it was a base which had both above and below ground facilities, including what Igor thought could have been a huge stone test rig for a vertical liftoff craft, maybe even a man-made UFO codenamed Die Hannenbau.
Wow, look at this. What's this for?
I'm not sure what it was, but the closest analogy is to a circular test rig for objects taking off and landing vertically. This is general rule that one builds such a test rig for testing helicopters or drones taking off vertically. So it might have been for testing some flying object, because it doesn't fit any other explanation, in fact.
So let me just get this straight. So what, there would have been maybe some kind of flying object in here?
Inside.
That could have taken off vertically?
Perhaps. That's one of the explanations.
The base was run by the elite SS troops, who maintained the highest level of security. In fact, the entire valley that surrounded it was sealed off, with thousands of soldiers, roadblocks and gun emplacements. Historians have nicknamed it the Nazi Area 51.
So whatever it was that the Nazis were doing here, whatever experiments they were doing here, they wanted to make sure that no one got anywhere near it.
Not only that, but also, despite the fact that thousands of prisoners were working here, mostly underground, obviously, no one of them has survived.
Why is that?
It's just because they were, according to the German nomenclature, bearers of the secrets. So they had no right, physically, to leave this place anytime. If they came here, they were sentenced to remain here forever.
So they came here to work and they came here to die?
Exactly.
If the Nazis had developed an anti-gravity propulsion, what would the craft that would be propelled by this look like? Describe it to me.
The craft probably would have been circular and more or less flat, because that's the extrapolation of the geometry of the fields surrounding such a device. It could be a kind of a saucer-like, a disc-like, but it might have been a ball, for example. And this links this research project with the Foo Fighters, for example, which were certainly, we may say, because there is a lot of documents on it, we may say with absolute certainty that the Germans were manufacturing strange flying machines, crafts, which were able to perform maneuvers which were impossible to perform for any conventional machines.
You say they were working underground. What's underneath us here?
We are over the center of the former mine, which was taken over by the SS. And it was a huge underground facility, which they transformed into a war or research-related facility, codenamed Lothar. And it was so huge that the underground space here was the order of 20 million cubic meters. So it was something that has, again, has no equivalent anywhere in the world, as with the security.
So underneath where we're stood now was a giant science laboratory.
Giant science, but also industrial complex. Scientific and industrial complex, and there are reasons to believe, such as testimonies of the German prisoners of war, that the bell was tested here, and it was dedicated to the most secret research project carried out in the Third Reich during the entire war.
it would be very different from the traditional UFOs, largely because of the shape and because we're never quite certain whether it was intended to project something else, or, in other words, was it a launching device with all that mysterious power inside it, or was it itself capable of flying and delivering heaven knows what toxic compounds on the enemy?
Needless to say, the Allies took the whole Nazi UFO phenomena very seriously indeed. The Foo Fighters might just be harmless lights in the sky buzzing aircraft. But if the Nazis had developed some exotic hypersonic craft, which could evade not only aircraft but also radar, then it might have been possible for these craft to deliver a crushing payload to destroy London or even New York and Washington, D.C. As darkness fell, Igor took me into the tunnels beneath the base.
The tunnels through here, huh?
Yes, this is the entrance to the network of tunnels above the former mine, code-named Lothar. And I'm just going to show you the tunnels.
Look at this.
Yes, the door is original. It's all original here.
Wow.
This is actually a newly discovered part of the underground system.
Okay. Go through here?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is pretty much as it would have been, huh?
Yes. Yes. It's in perfect condition.
Yeah.
They have used very good materials here.
Yeah. And how long does this just go on for?
For many kilometers.
Really?
For many kilometers. For example, this tunnel which leads here, it stretches for 1.5 kilometers, and there is a rockfall at the end of it.
It's extraordinary. Go down here?
What is strange, it leads under the test rig, under the henge.
Right.
And what you can see here, these niches on the left, on the wall,
right,
are for high voltage cables, which were so powerful that one such a cable could power an entire small-sized city.
And why did they need so much power down here?
I'm just going to show you one of such a cables. You know, it's tremendous. It's very heavy, very heavy.
It's just a power cable.
Yes, and it's a sign that's telling us that what was going on underground had a purely industrial or research purpose, and that there was something very large down there. What they were doing here was something much larger, which incorporated all these facilities, research posts, and so on. It was codenamed Sonderbauvorhaben S3, which means Special Construction Undertaking S3. And it is written in the document that it was the most important such an undertaking of the SS during the entire war. They were planning to make a giant underground complex the size of a city, and probably it would be something serving the production and research of the strategic weapons of a completely new kind, something that would give them a victory in the war.
So you're saying this was the most significant secret project that the Nazis carried out during the war?
Yes, I also have a document which says that the project on which they worked was officially described officially. It wasn't a nickname, it was official reference in documents as something that will change the course of war, decisive for the war.
Just imagine if those hyper-fast German craft could have reached Moscow, could have reached London, could have reached New York. What would have happened? We were right on the brink of that delivery being made. It could have changed history.
Where does this take us?
This would take us under the center of the hinge of the test rig.
Right.
It goes just under the center and goes further to the power plant.
And so down here was where they would have carried out their experiments, huh?
On a deeper level, yes, but generally here. This is the same complex.
Right.
In the last stages of World War II, the Nazis developed a wealth of very, very advanced, even exotic projects in aviation and rocketry. There are hundreds of different blueprints for even very bizarre airplanes, and most of them were jet-propelled, and they were something completely different from the technology that the Allies had in their hands at that time.
By definition, a UFO means an unidentified flying object. But most people these days take a UFO to mean a flying saucer or an interstellar spacecraft of some sort. If we're talking about the real meaning of UFO, then clearly the Nazis, like the Allies, were indulging in that kind of behaviour.
I think the main thing they were after was a vertical takeoff craft, because obviously that meant you didn't need runways and things like that. But they're obviously looking for fighters. The size of the craft that they were experimenting with seems to indicate they were thinking in terms of fighters rather than bombers, because they couldn't actually carry lots of heavy bombs. But that's exactly what they needed at that stage. You know, they needed something that would be able to shoot down the Allied bombers that were completely obliterating Germany then.
I think the Nazis were undoubtedly playing around with new technology at the time, propulsion technologies, and magnetic technologies as well. And I think what we've done is we've added the word UFO post, you know, and so it fits a nice picture of what we see today. But I don't think they were building what they thought as interstellar craft. These were new technologies at the time.
Blocked up?
Yes, that's as far as we can go. There is we can feel the current of the air, so it leads somewhere. We may be sure of that, but
oh, that's a shame, because whatever they were working on is further down behind this block
yes,
wall.
it's Lothar.
I think I can see a UFO down there.
So, did the Nazis really build UFOs, or was it clever cover for something else? The evidence seems to point to a highly classified flying craft with an exotic propulsion system. And when you consider the lengths that they went to hide their test facilities, it was obviously something of paramount importance. I'll see you next time. It is one of the great mysteries of the ancient world.
who were the oracles? These young women who went into a wild trance and made these extraordinary predictions. How did they do it? And is there a more down-to-earth explanation for their psychic powers?
Oracles harnessed natural energy to access the realm of the gods and produce the truth about the future.
It is so tight and narrow down here that you really get the sense that you're dropping down into hell.
Oracles were absolutely believed. This gave them great power. Oracles ultimately had a great part to play in the tapestry of history.
Nobody would make a decision without covering their bum first and consulting the oracle.
We are now stood in the Oracle of the Dead.
The Oracle of the Dead. This is it.
You were paying for your pilgrimage. You were paying to be in the presence of something holy.
But it's difficult to know whether it was entirely honest or not.
I'm getting quite freaked out by this. This is quite... Well, it feels a bit eerie. This is Baia on the southern coast of Italy near Naples. And for centuries, rulers and philosophers and writers like Homer and Virgil would visit here to explore a network of underground tunnels known as the Oracle of the Dead. Homer's hero Odysseus travelled up the west coast of Italy here to what he believed were the gates of Hades. It was quite literally a descent into hell.
The Oracle of the Dead at Baia was a sacred underground labyrinth which led the initiate down to the mythical river Styx. Once they crossed this, they had entered the underworld, in which they visited the Sibyl, or High Priestess, who was often a young virgin sat in a small torchlit chamber. Through her, you'd be able to communicate with your dead relatives, as well as the gods themselves. In essence, it was an ancient, elaborate, and very unsettling version of a modern psychic crossed with a scary Santa's grotto, and it was a hugely important part of the ancient world. The whole process was carefully managed by the priests and their assistants who ran these sites. It was deliberately designed to be disorientating for the initiate. It was dark, cramped, and really felt like a descent into hell. And this whole experience came at a price.
People in the ancient world were certainly very superstitious. I don't think humanity has particularly changed in that respect. But they were much more into their gods and their goddesses. They really thought that these deities were ruling the world, that everything was prescribed, if you like, and that if you went to the right places and spoke to the right people, that they would be able to tell you what was likely to happen in the future.
So just as there are some honest mediums today who will tell you what they genuinely believe they have seen and heard from the spirit world, so there are some confidence tricksters who will pretend to be seers and mediums, and who, for an exorbitant fee, will tell you what the non-existent spirits have said to them.
Of course, the idea crosses one's mind that it was all a big con. I mean, it might have started off as a good idea, and certainly the people believed they were getting something for their money. But of course, it's open as a system. It's desperately open to abuse, especially as the priestess herself would characteristically utter gibberish, and that had to be interpreted by somebody else who was given a little backhand, a little donation. So it was self-fulfilling, it was self-generating.
The underground labyrinth in Baia dates back to the earliest Greek settlement in western Italy, around 750 BC. It was first discovered by Dr. Robert Paget, an amateur archaeologist in 1962. And today, the archaeological park has become a popular destination for tourists on the Italian coast. Historian Andrew Goff has long been fascinated with the ancient oracles and agreed to take me on a tour of the site at Baia.
Oracles harnessed natural energy to create an environment by which the priestess, the Sibyl, could access the realm of the gods and produce the truth about the future. The fact is, these oracle centers were also profit centers. They were in business to make money. They required a lot of people and a lot of effort, and they were paid handsomely by their patrons.
Like most services offered by priests and priestesses over the centuries in whatever religion, there was a little donation required. And an offering to the gods, obviously, so that's the same sort of thing. But basically, you were paying for your pilgrimage. You were paying to be in the presence of something holy.
In the ancient world, the Oracle of the Dead at Baia was a major attraction for the rich and famous of the time. It was part Roman baths and health spa, part underground labyrinth, and part luxury seaside resort. It quickly gained a reputation for hedonism and debauchery. But after the fall of the Roman Empire and several earthquakes, it fell into ruin and was slowly lost under centuries of farming and development. Andy had arranged special access to the site for us.
The oracles of the ancient world were absolutely critical to all matters of government and state. If you had to make a decision about going to war or who's going to be the candidate for the Senate, you would consult your peers, but they all have their own agenda. You would go and consult the gods, because if you were on record as having consulted the gods, nobody would question the result, good or bad. You're absolved from responsibility because the gods told you it was okay. So it was absolutely fundamental to any ruler, to any powerful businessman, to consult the oracles first before doing anything. Now, of course, the site is restricted access, as you might imagine. He says, with the keys to the kingdom. Here we go.
Okay, lead on.
This, my friend, is Baia.
Oh, wow.
What do you think? Ah! Fantastic, isn't
it? Wow.
I mean, it's amazing. Everyone comes to Naples. What do? They go to Pompeii. I mean, it's a hidden gem.
So this is what, 2,000 years old?
Exactly. You're looking at basically 100 BC onward.
And so what was it? Was it a temple complex or what?
You know, not at all. It was a spa. I mean, people would come here to do all sorts of things. Swimming, sports. They get pampered.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. Some things never change.
And what about this here? What's this?
Well, this is fantastic. This is perhaps the best preserved Roman thermal bath in the world. It's the Temple of Mercury.
Okay, so what would have gone in there? That was just for swimming and...
Well, you can only speculate because in addition to being a spa, I mean, imagine what the elite of Italy would do when they were here. I mean, imagine how decadent it possibly could have been. And, you know, it's worth pointing out that none of this was visible in the 50s. This was a vineyard. I mean, this was covered in terraces of vines.
So this was all underground, and when was it discovered?
It was excavated in the 1950s.
What we can see today is the result of years of excavation and restoration after the site's rediscovery in the 1950s, including the magnificent Baths of Mercury, one of the best preserved in the world.
So what kind of people would have visited here?
Well, it was the rich and famous, powerful, and the elite. I mean, Caesar and his family had a villa here. The Emperor Octavian, Nero, they all came here.
Right, so this really was a playground of the rich and famous, right?
Well, so much so that they called it Little Rome, and some even say that it became the Monte Carlo of the south of Italy.
The real secret of Bayer was something called the Great Antrim of Initiation, where the rich and famous would descend into an underground labyrinth to meet the oracle and commune with the dead. It's been sealed off to the public for decades, so we'd arranged for special permission to enter it. A local caving expert and archaeologist, Graziano Ferrari, and his colleague Raffaella would take us down there once we had the safety briefing.
Since we are going underground, that's a dangerous place. It's quite narrow and low. First of all, you need to wear a helmet with the light. You see, in this way, you switch it on. And this way, you switch it off.
Excellent, thank
you.
you.
For you. The second point is that we are going into a volcanic area, so maybe we can meet some dangerous gas. So we bring a gas analyzer, which is running, and now I show you what it happens when the air becomes dangerous. When you hear this blinking sound, keep calm, let's turn back and go out. Please hear my command. Nothing will happen, but if anything, I will tell you how to behave. Keep calm.
Okay.
And we are going to look at the Styx River.
The entrance to the Great Antrim could only be reached via a ladder, as it lay about 20 feet down a very narrow passage in the rocks. If this was the way in, we could only imagine what lay ahead underground. The plan was for us to descend as far as we could and try to reach the actual river Styx, which, according to mythology, was the boundary between this world and the afterlife. According to the story, a boatman would ferry you across the water into the underworld, where you could then meet the oracle.
Okay, are you ready? Yeah. Perfect.
Enjoy.
Okay. So, Andy, it seems really narrow in here. I can't believe that people would have actually come down here.
Well, you know, it's designed for single file, right? So, I mean, one person can barely fit. But imagine the effect that creates, especially as right now you can sense we're starting to really descend quickly. The floor is, you know, angling down faster and faster every step we take.
So they would have come down here to find, what, an oracle at the end, or?
Well, I mean, we're descending, you know, over 100 meters into the earth. Why would you have this structure if it wasn't for a ritual? A ritual that the oracle of the dead, that Homer, that Virgil have told us is all about paying homage to the ancestors, to learn about events and our own fate in our own life. Today, the spirit realm is universally agreed to be up there. But that wasn't always the case. In the ancient world, the netherworld, where you went after you died, that was down in the earth. So they sought with these sacred sites and temples and oracles of the dead to recreate that experience so that you could have the experience of talking directly to your ancestors by physically going to Hades. And that was quite powerful.
It is so tight and narrow down here and that you really get the sense that you're dropping down into hell. It's amazing to think that people would have crawled down these narrow tunnels.
This whole area is volcanic. Imagine the mist, the noise, the visuals were really atmospheric, and today they are as well. You're going way down into the earth, and it's physically uncomfortable, and you're just a little bit spooked out about what you are seeing and what you're thinking you're seeing. And it's very hot. The further you go and the more you descend, it is bloody hot, and you just feel disorientated.
Wow. Okay. So you can feel it's getting pretty tight down here, and you really get the sense that you're about to find something pretty special.
Yeah, it's not easy for you. Yeah. So tall.
So
that's the hot spring.
Right. Okay.
River Styx.
You can approach.
So this is the water here?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
You can feel the temperature is rising because we are near to the.
So this is the water here?
Yes, you can touch the sticks.
Okay. And here it is. This is the River Styx. This is where the boatman would take the visitor across to the other side. And I can just put my finger, and it's, yeah, it feels quite warm. And it's warm. You really get a sense that the temperature is warming up down here. It's getting far more humid than it was further up. And this is as close as I'm ever going to get to hell, I hope.
Having found what could have been the mythical and symbolic River Styx, we still needed to find the next part of the initiatory journey, the sanctuary where the oracle would sit. The problem we faced was that most of the access tunnels had collapsed, and the ones that were left were now full of earth. It was hot, humid, and full of mosquitoes.
I gotta tell you, the whole atmosphere of the descent changes once you get beyond the River Styx. The temperature, it doubles. It's so hot. And I can't help but think if that is by design. If so, it's very effective because you're just boiling. Your expectations of what's gonna happen when you're here coincide with a natural increase in the temperature, which creates quite a, I think, an unsettling effect.
But if you really believed in hell, what would it be like coming down here?
Well, I think if you believed in hell, you would be damn sure you had just entered. You had just made the descent to the one and only Hades. You'd have no doubt in your mind.
Okay. If you need some help, tell me.
So we're now coming up to the sanctuary, which is just beyond the River Styx. Wow. Okay. Wow. So it all opens up here?
Yeah.
Why is this? What have we got here?
This is another very odd place. We are in volcanic eruption dated 9,000 years. No more, no less.
So is this where the oracle might have been?
Yes, this is what Paget calls the sanctuary.
So the domain of the Sibyl, you can pretty much summarize in 3 types of places. One being a really dark cave, usually deep in the earth. The second being over a cleft in the ground where natural gases are being emitted. And the third would be in sort of a pit where there's flames all around her. And the effect would be identical in each. She is off her head. She is communing with the gods. She's writhing and moaning, and anybody would recognize that behavior as being that of somebody who's no longer conscious and who's actually possessed by the gods.
They were positioned over a fissure in a rock, up through which came volcanic fumes, ethylene, which, you know, must have changed her mentality for however briefly and enabled her to utter this impressive gibberish. But having said that, I don't want to be too sceptical, because in the modern day there are shamans all over the world who take drugs, and they believe that actually what happens is the drugs do obviously affect the brain, and they also open the mind as a kind of portal so they can communicate with spirits or with gods. So you pay your money and you take your choice there, but it certainly seems that it is possible that they were acting shamanically.
It's not unlikely that the oracles themselves were taking drugs of one sort or another. This was quite common in ancient religion because it was thought that it would get you into a state where you could approach your god or your goddess more directly. And in tribal societies in the world, it's still used today. So it's possible that you were talking to the oracle, but that the oracle believed herself to be possessed by something else.
Well, I've just been to hell and back, and I don't think I want to do it again. Not with the heat and the humidity and the bats and the claustrophobia. Quite happy to be out.
Slowly.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
I have to say that the descent into Bayer's labyrinth was quite an experience. But was this really the Oracle of the Dead that Homer wrote about? The archaeologists here say that it's most likely to be just a steam vent rising from the thermal springs below the baths. And for me, it does seem a little too tight and awkward for a regular stream of important initiates to use, especially ones over 6 feet tall.
The difference between today's version of a Sibyl, a fortune teller, and the actual Sibyl is profound. First of all, there's no show. They don't convulse and speak to the gods. And second of all, a Sibyl's prophecy is never, ever doubted or questioned for a second. And today, when we go to a fortune teller, we'll usually go, thanks for that. Nah, I think that was rubbish, really. But you would never, ever do that with a Sibyl. Their word was golden.
There's no doubt that oracles were big business for the people who were running them. And that would therefore suggest that what you're really looking at is a carefully choreographed show, especially as many of the answers, as we said, were obscure to say the least. But I've lived long enough in this world to know that strange things happen.
I did a lot of research for my book on the occult, in which I sat in with mediums and psychics and modern day oracles, if you like. And I think that there's an element to this that is interesting, and it is an element that needs further investigation. People do seem to have interesting abilities, I'll say. However, the vast majority of this it's psychology. You've got great psychological games being played, where people are being manipulated on a subconscious and a conscious level to do certain things, to believe or to be part of certain things. And yeah, this is a wonderful game that's been played throughout history.
The next morning, Andy wanted to take me to another oracle site in the area, on the edge of Lake Averno, about a 30-minute drive from Naples. It's known as the Grotto of the Sibyl. Unlike the rich and famous who would go down into the labyrinth in Baia, the clients here were ordinary people who would come to see the oracle to ask her about everything and anything to do with their lives, love, marriage, and, of course, money.
The ancient writers knew the Oracle of the Dead had to be in the area around Naples. They knew that because there was one lake, Lake Averno, that was mentioned time and time again. And on the shores of Lake Averno is the Oracle of the Dead. Well, Baia is a mile away, but right 35 meters off the edge of the lake, and I've been there, is the Grotto of the Sibyl. So I think you're really gonna like this place. You know, it's privately owned. Senor Carlos does the best he can to maintain it. But it's a massive, massive piece of property to upkeep. And look at this. I mean, we're here already. Yeah. Look behind us. It's like 100 meters to Lake Averno, which fits perfectly with what the ancient writers had said.
Yeah. Darken it.
Let's get our torches ready. All set?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Senor Carlos, very good to see you.
Oh,
yeah, how are you? Thank you, thank you. We know the ancient writers said the Oracle of the Dead, which was governed by a Sibyl, was close to the lake that's 100 meters behind us. And just look at the tunnel. It has a proper sort of processional feel. If you're going to go and meet the spirits, which will let you commune with your ancestors, wouldn't you have a nice, respectful sort of abode like this?
But this feels much more like a proper tunnel as opposed to a cave, right?
Yes, but what is really cool about this is this leads to the caves, and not only just to the caves, but as we'll see in a moment, to the river Styx.
It may have been used by those of more modest means, but the process was exactly the same as the other more exclusive oracle site in Baia, just much bigger and busier, with much more money being taken off people several times a day.
According to Virgil and Homer, this was where the river Styx would have been?
Exactly, exactly. And you would be descending gradually with a piece of mistletoe, which you had to give the ferryman to cross the river Styx, and you only could go through, over, past the river Styx to get to where the Sibyl, to where the oracle is. And I believe we'll find it down here.
All right, so why are we peeling off the main tunnel here?
Well, this would be part of the journey. We've now made the processional entrance into the domain of the Sibyl. Now we have to approach the Sibyl. We have to approach the oracle. So we're descending quite rapidly now, as you can tell. But look at this. Look at that. That is a proper sort of river. Compare and contrast to the one at Baia. This is a proper river Styx. You can imagine a ferryman in a real physical boat, people standing up. Ferryman would probably look scary as hell, right? Would greet you here, and you'd have to put your mistletoe forth, and he would say, yes, come on board, and you would go across. And you can just see where this could physically happen. And, well, there's no telling how deep this would have been in ancient times, but in all likelihood, it would always have been filled with water. And this is the only way that you could pass through to get to the Sibyl, to get to the oracle.
And I remember when I was younger and I learnt about the river Styx, I'd imagine the boatman with a kind of cloak, a hood over his head, and a bony finger beckoning you across.
Absolutely, yeah. You can just see it, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's about the right distance, and there is no other way forward. This is it.
So if this is the river Styx, you cross the river with the boatman, and then where do you get to?
Well, if we had a boat, we could find out, but Senor Carlos and his family have knocked a hole in one of the walls, so we can cheat a little bit, go around the other side. But keep in mind, this was the only way until very recently you could get to the oracle.
Right, so the oracle is on the other side.
On the other side.
Okay, let's go and have a look.
This bit over here takes us to more of, well, what you'd expect in an oracle of the dead. But this door here was carved out. I mean,
but this is still like 2,000 years old, or
2,000 plus years old, probably older.
So what are we going into now?
This door never existed, but the family, remember, this is private property, so the family had gone across the River Styx. They knew what was there, and just to make it easier for people, they put that new modern door in. So now we're entering a bit that has always existed here.
I can feel it getting warmer.
It is getting warmer, absolutely. And look at this. A proper sanctuary, a chamber.
Oh, wow.
You know, this is exactly what you'd expect, right? This is the other end. This is reachable only through the River Styx.
So hang on, let's just talk me through this. So we're at the far end. This is the River Styx here. The boat would arrive here, and then the subject would walk up these stairs to meet the Sibyl.
Exactly.
Who would have been up here.
Exactly. Now, keep in mind, most of the questers have been interviewed for hours, if not days. They know everything about what they're interested in, who has just passed away. You know, this is a really dramatic setting where a proper consultation and prophecy by a Sibyl, well, you can imagine it happening here, can't you?
I want to go down and touch the River Styx. This is actually I'm getting quite freaked out by this. This is quite...
Well,
this feels a bit eerie.
This is a respectful abode for what you would expect for a Sibyl to allow you to speak to your ancestors.
So we are now stood in the Oracle of the Dead?
The Oracle of the Dead. This is it.
Andy believes that 2,000 years ago, there would have been an oracle in this chamber. Again, most likely a young virgin, surrounded by flames, who would go into a trance to communicate with the realm of the dead and the gods. The initiate, once he'd paid the priest his fee, would walk down the long tunnel, cross the symbolic River Styx, and then enter the sanctuary of the oracle.
The actual procedure of consulting the oracle, when you'd gone through all the rigmarole and you got to see the young woman, really depended upon where the oracle was and what the stimulus was to the oracle herself. A lot of what they came out with would seem like gibberish, couched in allegory and very difficult to understand. But it's not unlikely that a lot of the people giving these answers were under the influence of one thing or another.
They're encountering a young woman, typically a virgin. She's dressed in flowing, dramatic dresses, and she is consuming hallucinogenics by design. Now, we'd like to think that it's because she's going to be the conduit of the gods, and that's how she's going to communicate. But it might just be that this is how she puts on a better show. She's going to lose her head. She is going to go places. Her body's going to contort. And the initiate's going to know, or at least believe, that she is now in communion with the gods, and anything she tells me, I must believe.
If the oracle could get into a trance-like condition, then it would be so much easier. It would facilitate the god to take possession of the oracle's body and give the message. If they were dishonest and simply wanted the fee and had no more oracular ability than anyone else, then they would put on a pretense of being in a trance or a pretense of being in an abnormal state.
You have the oracle who would be hidden and whose voice would be heard, you know, coming out through the echoey rocks, along with the incense being burnt. So it was a ritual, and ritual is important. It's powerful, and the information that you're given at said ritual is something that you're going to hold on to. It becomes valuable, but it's theatre. It's fantastic theatre.
Our next port of call is the Temple of Apollo at Delphi in Greece, which became one of the most famous oracle sites in the ancient world. Kings, emperors, and the rich and powerful of the day flocked there to hear their prophecies. And today, the ruins are visited by millions of tourists every year. Andy Goff agreed to show us around.
So this is it. This is Delphi. Right below me is the theater, and just beyond it, the Temple of Apollo, where priestesses would give prophecy. And just beyond the well-preserved temple is the navel stone, for legend has it that Delphi was located at the precise center of the earth.
Believing that the site was sacred, thousands of initiates would flock to Delphi every year in the hope of being able to see the oracle, who sat in a torchlight chamber underneath the Temple of Apollo.
And this is where she sat, just beyond these rocks here, about 2 meters in the ground. This was the chamber where she gave prophecy. This was the chamber where she stood over a crack in the ground where volcanic fumes rose and enabled her to commune with the gods.
There would be a priest in the chamber with the oracle who would frantically write down what she was saying, but in most cases it was just gibberish. Nevertheless, it was his job to interpret her moans, grunts, and utterances and turn them into cohesive prophecies. It was little wonder that scholars today question its credibility, but at the time, it was the biggest show on Earth.
So Delphi was the oracle center of the rich and famous. I mean, this is not respectfully where peasants and farmers came to have their future told. On the contrary, the richest people in all the world would come here and make offerings. There's a very well-preserved Athenian treasure temple, a treasury where people from Athens would come with, incredible precious metals, gold and silver, and give gifts to the gods for the prophecies that they were going to receive.
It's still possible to go down into the underground chamber beneath the temple where the oracle sat. It's quite a tight squeeze, but once you get under the main stone platform, you can clearly see the passage that led to the oracle chamber. Unfortunately, earthquakes have collapsed the end of the passage, but it's still possible to get a sense of this subterranean labyrinth. When the initiates came down here, it must have been quite a mind-altering experience when you factor in the chanting, the oracle's shrieks, and the fumes.
How was that? That was amazing. That was so cool. Secret passage to the Temple of Apollo.
The Temple of Apollo and the whole Delphi site grew and grew over the centuries as more and more people came to visit. There were inns and bars and bathhouses and hundreds of small traders dotted across the hillside to service the tens of thousands of initiates and their companions. But Delphi had one fatal flaw. It was built on a huge geological fault line, including one which went through the center of the Temple of Apollo itself. The result was a series of huge earthquakes and fires which slowly but surely destroyed the site.
An earthquake was the real killer. In fact, a big one at the beginning of the 1st century BC decimated the area. I mean, look around me. The temples were in ruins. So everyone left. There was no reason to stay. The priests left. And what that did was it made the prophecies of the oracle, well, no longer credible. And Delphi slowly faded into history.
So, was it all a big show designed to relieve people of their money, or was there some real spiritual connection being made? I think we can say with certainty that the rulers and citizens of ancient Rome believed in it with all their hearts.
In the ancient world, the oracles were absolutely fundamental to the ruling elite and their ability to make decisions about their nations. Nobody would make a decision without covering their bum first and consulting the oracle. It's not enough to talk to the Senate, because they all have their own agendas. You need to tick the box that you consulted the oracle. You consulted the gods before you went to war. What you didn't consult the oracle, you're out of here. You're assassinated. So it was a checklist that they had to do. And plus, it absolved them of any blame. Should it go wrong? I consulted the gods. They told me to invade.
There's absolutely no doubt that the people, particularly the important people, who went to see oracles didn't just think they were talking to some drugged young woman in a cave somewhere. They genuinely did believe that the oracle herself was actually in communication with a god, or in some cases, perhaps even at some level, became the god or the goddess.
Another trick that was used in oracular consultations was to make it ambiguous. Famous one where the Persian leader goes in and asks, if I attack XYZ, what will happen? And the answer was, a great empire will fall. And the great empire that fell was his, but he couldn't say he hadn't been told.
Personally, I do not believe that there was divine contact with the spirit realm that allowed these Sibyls to give prophecies of any accuracy whatsoever. I believe it was more of a consultative effort, typically from the priest, occasionally from the Sibyl herself, but in all instances, it's pretty much them telling the quester, the initiate, what they think they need to hear.
The desire to know about our future, whether it be for love or money or work or even death, has fascinated us for centuries. The moment people, mostly women, set themselves up as prophets, we all came flocking, cash in hand, and the business of fortune-telling began. So, is there something to it, or is it simply a clever way of relieving us of our cash? Well, maybe it's a bit of both. I'll see you next time.